And we are live. Hey everybody, good to see you guys. Glad you could make it. Tonight's exciting because it's an open topic for anything really. And I thought this would be a perfect opportunity for people to come in and present whatever they believe in. I think it will be an interesting thing, not to rebut what the people present, but just to see what their thoughts are and why they believe what they believe. And then we take it from there. How's that sound, guys? So, yeah, if you guys believe what you believe, please do hit the link above and come in and present why you believe what you believe. It doesn't matter what you believe. If you believe a globe, if you believe in aliens, if you believe in ghosts, Satan's short season, the rapture, if you believe Jesus is not God, or you can believe anything you want to. You're not Bigfoot or the giants. This is your chance to come present and, just share why you believe what you believe, and then we just have a friendly discussion about it. So yeah, I appreciate everybody being here. You guys rock. Please do hit the likes and share the show. Really appreciate you. Roger is here, but he went to his car as far as I know. Good to see you guys. We have Roger Ledwell in the house. Thank you very much. Michael Kahn, thank you for coming. PJ Cruikshank, woohoo. And then we've got SKS as well. And Glenn Selch, thank you for coming. Please do me a favor and just hit that like I said. What's up, PJ? What's up, Roger? Good to see you guys.
Yo.
Yo. I will shout out Roger's membership when he's back.
I'm here.
Oh, there we go. Thank you, Roger, for your membership gift. I really appreciate it, man.
No problem. And I believe in the Jolly Green Giant because I saw him on a can.
Oh, that's interesting.
I know.
He's on a can, Jolly Green Giant. You never heard of him?
Mm-hmm.
Is that
in America? We have.
Is that a Gaviscon bottle?
Yeah.
I wanted to say. Got some.
Yeah. Gaviscon. Had a bit of heartburn. Yeah.
I want to say it looks exactly like a Gaviscon bottle. Oh,
yeah,
man.
It is that.
Oh, yeah. So do you guys have anything really that you believe in that you think is important to talk about? It doesn't have to be specific anything. It can be anything, you know what I mean? Even if you believe you can only wear red socks for some odd reason. You know what I mean? Hey, Emma, good to see you.
I'm not that far gone yet. I don't Red Sox. I mean,
are you a Boston fan?
At the minute, I don't wear socks. I try to get my feet get as much air as possible with this skin condition, so I don't wear socks at the minute.
So has the swelling gone down, PJ?
Yeah, spam's a lot better. It's just the skin condition I'm more worried about, Yeah. But it seems to be lightening up, but it's still there. It's still there. But I'll have to go back to the doctors. They've run out of the cream and that and see what they've got to say. I'm going to ask them to do a skin biopsy if they can, just to rule out other things. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Michael Kahn says, I believe in Chuck Norris.
Yo, I believe in Chuck too. Especially in the 80s. Everybody believed in Chuck.
There's so many Chuck Norris.
Except when he got beaten by Bruce, and which one was it?
Enter the Dragon.
Enter the Dragon, yeah.
Hey, Tara, good to see you too. But I mean, everybody believes in Chuck Norris, man.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Especially Chuck Norris is the original manly beard, isn't he?
Yeah. And he's a ginger too.
Yeah, I mean, I remember watching Chuck Norris as a kid and thinking, like, it's karate, fantastic, love it, but beard, horrible. Because when I was a kid, beards were uncool, but now beards
are cool. Yeah.
They are cool, yeah.
Yeah, you used to be like seen as like a daddy, kind of dad if you had a beard. If you had a mustache, you were like a cool guy. You know what I mean? Now it's like the bigger the beard, the more manly you are.
Yeah.
No, I can't.
That's it.
The thing is, beards irritate me after a while.
Hebrew roots.
Yeah. Beards irritate me after a while. My wife hates a beard, so.
Me too. Even a little bit of stubble irritates me. 3 days of stubble, I'll have to take it off after 3 days at least,
Mm-hmm. But that's interesting. Why do a lot of like the Hebrew roots people believe you need to grow a beard to be spiritual?
I have no idea.
I don't know. I no idea, but I've really no idea.
Because there's nowhere in here in scripture which talks about you need to grow a beard to be spiritual.
Have to have a beard. No, of course not.
I know
It
dudes
talks
that
about
can't grow beards.
grey hairs as in wisdom, stuff like that. But no, talking about having to have a beard, I don't think it does that.
Mm-hmm. So,
Yeah, I know people who've never shaved and never can grow beards. Dude, I know guys that never can. They have baby faces.
I
Weird.
couldn't.
yeah,
wait
my
to
my
start.
brother, he like takes 5 months to grow a bumfloss moustache. I mean, it takes me a day and I have a bush.
Yeah, I remember being a kid and I can't wait to start shaving. I remember starting to shave and thinking, "Oh, I wish I never wish I didn't have to shave."
Yep. I saw my dad do it. I thought it would be cool to do, and I was like 12. I started. Yeah, man, I wish I could turn back the clock, and I would not do it again.
Michael says they only had beards in biblical days because there was no Gillette.
Yeah, Lob's like,
They had to use that. They had to use a sharpened behemoth tooth, didn't they?
yeah. And
I hear the
Lob,
vibe.
and Lob's like, Flats has a bush, something to tell us. Hey, Justin, incredible. Good to see you, man. Haven't seen you in a while. Ryan, what's up?
Yeah, he just did.
But
Hey,
yeah,
cookies in the house.
but yeah, it'd be interesting to see anybody want to come in and just present what they believe. Because the reason I was thinking this, like when we were like talking last night about the atomic bomb kind of thing, it just made me think it's interesting to see the different beliefs that people have in different things. And if someone has a belief in something, excuse me, hey, it'll be interesting to see what beliefs people have and why they actually believe that.
Right.
So,
Well, I like to prove things more so when I'm presenting just more than a belief personally. That's the way I look at it. I keep my belief, try to keep them to myself until I can prove them, Then like, oh, yeah, actually look at this. But yeah, there are certain inalienable proofs that there is definitely a God. That's my number one belief.
oh yeah. I find it
And the stuff that
interesting. I find it interesting, like the people that do alien investigations. Like, only reason I got into alien investigations because I had a close encounter with an alien.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It's like, and they never ever find aliens their whole life by trying to track down these aliens again.
Right.
I do believe these so-called alien encounters are just demonic. I believe it's demons.
Yeah.
Me too.
Manifestations of bad spirits. Yes, absolutely.
Her Moomin Rider, a kid on Facebook said waterproofs pressure doesn't need a container because water doesn't have a container. What? That's insane.
Don't get you a 9-cup
Oh,
of water right quick.
but I mean, this is what was brought up last night to Luca as
I got
well.
a coffee right here.
Sorry?
I have a cup of coffee. It actually is in a container.
A cup? Last time I checked, the cup is a container. Well, your avatar, Dr. Pepper, is in a tin.
Yeah.
Why don't you just
It's not
have?
just any-
Why don't you just have a gravity tin? You know what I mean? You don't need a actual tin to hold Dr. Pepper in.
And that's Cool Ranch flavor Dr. Pepper, by the way.
I know. I mean, can't you contain it in the shape of a can without the container? Come on.
No.
You just need
Why not?
You just need a gravity pocket, man.
Yeah.
I mean, fluids and gases keep their shape of the container they're in. What you're trying to say? Yeah. Weird, huh?
It still is.
It's good to see Sov is doing better with his blood pressure, by the way. So glad he's feeling better. But
Sorry about Brandy, though.
But I do have some things I want to call Sov out on, though. A lot of things he's saying these days I don't really agree with.
Yeah. Me too.
But still, I got nothing against Sov. So if he ever wants to come and have a discussion, I'm more than happy to have those discussions with him. People are allowed to have different opinions.
Of course.
Some seriously retarded ballers on Facebook. Yeah. Actually, on the interballs. Let's see. Do you think anybody's really going to come in and have a discussion on what they believe? You guys in chat, do you guys have anything specific or weird that you believe in? And why do you believe in that? You know what I mean? Well, what is a weird thing you believe in? That's what I would say. I mean, like in South Africa, a lot of the black communities believe in what they call the Tokoloshe. So they don't it's like a dream monster that lives under your bed. So in a lot of the black cultures, they don't actually have beds that are off the ground. That's why it's on the ground, because they believe the Tokoloshe lives under the bed.
Are you sure they did it so they don't have snakes crawl under their bed?
No. It's for the Tokoloshe. They eat the snakes, so...
Good.
Do they actually believe that, or do they know it's a myth?
A lot of them are brought up with it in their culture.
Right.
Remember, a lot of the communities, the black communities with history, have been brought up with like some gomas. You know what a sangoma is? Like a witch doctor. And
right.
They come up with these mythical, scary stories like the Tokoloshe and stuff. So they automatically get indoctrinated to think like this thing is real. You know what I mean?
Right.
Well, we had the chupacabra here when I was growing up. The bloodsucker that preyed on goats, and the farmers were losing these goats to the chupacabra. He would bite them in the back of the neck, suck the blood out. They found out it was actually a vampire bat that was doing it, but they still go with the legend of the chupacabra.
I saw an interesting documentary the other day about giants in where is it exactly? I'm trying to think what the name is. Starts with the M. Malta. The Malta giants.
Oh yeah.
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 And the legend that that surrounds the Malta giants, like where there were stories that is actually published in a lot of things like National Geographic and stuff, where there was a tour guide that discovered the cave and things, and he found some big skeletons and things in this cave, you know, like with elongated skulls, and they didn't have the cranium, you know, like when you're born as a child, you have, all humans have this in the skull. It's like a cranium in your skull that, you know, develops, so it crushes in so you can go out the womb. So you have that.
Yeah, fontanelle.
Yeah, that one. So what happens is on these skulls, he didn't find any of them, and they were very big. And how the story went, eventually this is like, I think it was in the like 1700s or something, and it was a doctor that discovered this, and they started having what can I say, you know, tours for them and children. And one day there was a school there, and while they were doing this tour, there were some children there that found another passage that, you know, was marked off. They've never seen it. This guy also never explored it. And somehow those children, I don't know how much children was, convinced that guy to go with them down in that hole. And as they went through that, you know, that little labyrinth, a rock fell in and closed them in.
Oh, no.
And apparently, you know, they couldn't get out and nobody ever saw them again. But the only way they knew that they were missing was after the tour group was finished, they couldn't find the children and that guy. And what happened is they eventually, you know, tried to search and they couldn't find anything because a rock fell in there. No one knew about that tunnel because it was never marked in and there. No one found it before. But this, I'm just saying what the documentary thing was talking about. And it was saying later on they had other groups and stuff going, and they could hear like children crying and stuff, you know, underground, you know, in the passage, and they couldn't find, there's just nowhere there. They just couldn't find it. eventually, some of those bones and things were taken into museum and was put up for, investigation and things. And after posting all these things, the children missing and all that, they took it out of the newspapers. They took it out of the museum history. They took it out of everything. Even those bones that were there was taken for storage, quote unquote, because they had to refurbish the museum. And after the museum was refurbished, there was no mention of the children missing with the guy, no mention of the people hearing the children crying or something after that, no mention of the skulls even. The skulls were just missing. And then they had someone later on which started doing inquiry about this. And when they started doing inquiry about it, then all of a sudden, no, those bones were just in storage. They got no information, everything else. And they brought and they said, no, it was just a type of elephant. A type of extinct elephant bone that they found. And anyway, there's a whole story about it, but it was very interesting. And I think it shows the Nephilim. You know what I mean? I do believe that the Nephilim were around, and they're trying to hide Noah's flood.
Mm-hmm.
I think I've heard this story. There was somebody who went looking for it, and they got lost in this cave, and they heard children, but they didn't see them. Yeah,
it's quite interesting.
Cool documentary. Yeah. But I mean, they bury a lot of stuff, dude. If they don't want you to know about it and they want to erase it from history, they will bury it.
They try,
and nobody asks questions. Yeah. And if you ask questions, you're a conspiracy nut.
But yeah, I do believe that we might even still have giants today. But they just, kind of hiding out. What's up, Charles? Good to see you, brother.
Hey, Charles.
My beard here.
I knew he was going to do that. It just
I got rid of mine. I had a beard. I had a beard this morning while I was playing PUBG, but you see, it's gone now.
You grew a beard during watching a video game, playing a video game?
I grow it overnight, man. Tomorrow,
you like a chia pet?
Look, if I don't shave for a week, or at least just make it look presentable, I'll look like a hobo.
Wow. Now, that'd be cool to see with a beard, but I understand if the wife doesn't allow that.
She doesn't like it. She's like,
dude, if I shave my beard,
it's like, get thee behind me, Satan. If I got a beard, don't kiss me.
Yeah. Well, my wife's the opposite. If I get rid of my beard, I just have my mustache.
Yeah, but then you have baby
I look
face.
like Ned Flanders.
No,
Oakley.
My wife hates it if I have a mustache. No, I'm not allowed to have a mustache. But it's almost November, guys, so I'm probably gonna be hitting out the Movember.
No shave.
Yeah.
Oh.
The mustache for November.
No, I scared my youngest. I can't do it anymore. He literally got scared. Who are you? He was scared.
The episode of The Simpsons where Ned Flanders is actually the devil.
What? No.
No, I haven't seen that one.
Yeah, they did an episode where they reversed everything. Ned Flanders is a devil, and Mr. Burns is a saint, an angel almost.
Oakley.
So Charles, do you know anything? Because since you teach history and stuff, do you know anything about the Malta giants?
The Malta giants. I've heard of that, but my world history knowledge is not great. I know a little bit here and there, but it sounds familiar to me, though.
Yeah, because I was just discussing a documentary I watched the other day now, based on the Malta giants and how they try to cover up some of the bones and stuff they found. It's quite interesting. I definitely want to look more into it.
Yes, I was watching. Now we do cover early the Americas, South and North America civilizations, and we're watching Machu Picchu, the Incas, where Pizarro had definitely took that over. But you watch Machu Picchu and you see physically two different rock layers and structures. And it's mind-blowing, okay? Because, what's his name? Timothy Alberino went over there, and there's several archaeologists go over there, and they see these these monoliths that are cut with such precision that it's impossible that some kind of thing could have done. There's no way. And then you see the Inca Empire build on top of those things, and it's like night and day. It's incredible. You should see it. Just looking at that short little, it was like a 3-minute clip on like a National Geographic type thing. It's the distinguishing giants put this together. They roamed the earth. The Bible's true.
I agree. There's
and
there's so much, a lot of archaeological history that shows these mega structures, that it would be illogical for normal sized humans to build these things. Why would you spend so much time and effort to make those things? And it would be close to near impossible to do what that was created.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Back in the 80s, they theorized that aliens built them. You remember that?
That's what they.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. See, they want to push to aliens because then that pushes space and heliocentric nonsense. But the Bible's true because there was giants in the earth. And Enoch becomes justified and more proven because they talk about what they taught them. And just what they taught, like building and all this stuff, it's unbelievable. Like even the Easter Island, the rocks themselves, those stones are massive.
Mm-hmm.
And then you only seeing the head of Easter Island.
Yeah,
You're only seeing the head.
Underground.
The body's underground, and it's massive. These structures are unbelievable. Like when you look at it with, if you just go to Machu Picchu, just look at some different pictures, you'll see a wall like, oh, you can tell the difference because there's like little stones and stuff like that. And not to take away from the Incas because they built something on top of that was really cool, but under it, guys, it blows your mind. Like the structures, the cut, the precision. You can't fit a piece of paper in between the two the grooves. It's unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
So
Cheers, Michael.
Yeah.
Have a great night. Sleep well, man. Yeah, the boss sleeps early at night, guys. He's old.
I saw a documentary on Sardinia, and a lot of the red-headed giants that they found there, they were going into that, and it's all over the world. Like they could trace it back to Sardinia, off of Italy. There were giants there too. They're everywhere, dude. You can't get.
They
away.
are.
Well, like the Kandahar giants as well, the red-headed giants.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? There's a lot
That's
of
fascinating.
different. This is also what's weird. There's a lot of different types of giants, all scattered around the world, everywhere throughout history. And if you look at anything in today's worldview, they refuse to really talk about giants. They try and cover
That's
up as
right.
much as possible because if it had to come out, guys, giants are shown true. Guess what? Evolution is bunk. There is no such thing as evolution.
Okay.
Yeah.
Flats.
Yeah.
Look up the search Love Lock Cave. They discovered 15-inch long sandals, unbelievable, like the giants, Native American inhabitants that went after them and into this cave. Check it out. You'll see. They have actual artifacts of giant clothing.
Oh yeah.
And this is open. So that's a fascinating little story too, that, to be honest with you, like I'm all about history, I've been teaching it I'm in my fourth year right now, or fifth year. And what they taught, just some of the, if you look at the images of what they found, guys, it's incredible. Apparently these Native Americans gathered together and went after them because they were, eating them and stuff. So look at the bones. This is not like, oh, hey, look, this is public information. So it's not like I'm showing you anything out of the ordinary. You can go to this museum and they actually have these clothing that they're giants.
Mm-hmm.
And the Smithsonian is really good at let's look at this and then cover it up. We'll take care of this. Oh, we lost those giant coffins that we found.
Yeah, it's been put in storage and now we can't find it anymore. That type of the story.
Yeah.
It's usually
Exactly.
Because I remember.
Yeah.
I remember the giant footprints they find as well.
Yes.
I mean, look at that skull.
Yep. Yeah. It's really fascinating. Yeah, actually, I just learned about this. I think just last year. That's what I was trying to say. Like just recently, I was like, wow, I did not know this.
I've seen a lot of some of these are like I think manufactured too. There are a lot of there were a lot of hoaxes came out when a few of these skeletons.
Yeah, there was none of them. Yeah, of course there was. With the two men sitting next to the big bones. Yeah. It was like a skeleton, but they just took a bit like an overlay of two men and shrunk the men, or made the
that's real. Yeah, and you know why they here's just my like a theory, and maybe you believe it or not. But my thing is they do that on purpose, so they can muddy the truth,
of course,
and hide it. Like let's put this out here, let's put that in, and then we'll call them conspiracy theorists. Oh, that's nonsense, and pretty soon you don't know what.
Look at this.
Truth
they name things like this. See, they name things like this pseudo archaeology. You see, they won't go and name pseudoscience out as pseudoscience, but they'll go and archaeology that shows them wrong. Pseudoscience, pseudo archaeology.
Yep.
The debate will be still going on about evolution in the chat, like it's a thing.
Well, if he believes in it, he can come in and actually present.
They despise the Bible and the Word of God.
Yeah, I agree. But like I said,
he can come in. I said prove it and we'll debunk it.
But like I said, he can come in and present why he believes evolution. You understand? Like I said, tonight people can come and present what they believe. I know evolution's bunk because even just the giant alone existence debunks evolution. The whole reason why they will never have giants being placed in mainstream.
Mm-hmm. He said de-evolution is not a thing. So I don't know what de-evolution. If you don't have evolution to begin with, how do you have de-evolution?
Mm-hmm.
Evolution.
Put the cart before the court, the cart. Sorry.
Now, adaptations is something that
there's mutations.
I don't think Darwin could actually prove.
Mutation, adaptations.
Yeah.
But
mutation, like evolution suggests that in evolution things get better. Mutations aren't always better. Aren't always better for whatever's mutated.
Mm-hmm.
So
I was debating a guy in Discord over evolution. He said that there was this lake. It got a toxic spill in it, and one species of fish lived through it. That was the process of evolution. That was literally what he was saying. Like, that's nuts.
Yeah.
There was no species evolving to another species.
Colonoscopy asks, yes, how do giants debunk evolution? He keeps saying it, but you can't explain why. It's very simple. Because evolution explains a linear line throughout primordial soup to where we are now. There is no in between for a giant. If there's a giant, it shows they have no links between because it shows they totally missed out on everything. If there's a giant, it shows we are not evolving, we would be devolving.
Yep.
And by the way, if you look in reality of how things are today with mutations and things, a lot of the mutations are part of devolving. It's entropy. They just change to the mutation of the environment they live in. Why would, for instance, let's say a giraffe be seen as evolutionary trait if it's got so many issues based on evolution? Just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I didn't bring up evolution to start with. You
and
guys
what would cause a cow? What would cause a cow to become a dolphin?
Yeah.
Adaptation. I don't know. It needs to swim now. I don't know how that would work. Has anything ever developed gills and gone back into the water?
Yeah, no.
The opposite,
I mean, why didn't they all come out of the water?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Build homes.
Colonoscopy, who says that a cow became a dolphin? Evolution. Have you ever looked at the evolutionary line before? Does he? A mammal-like cow evolved into a dolphin. I always tell the joke, like, how many cows did it take to drown before he grew, before he could breathe underwater like a dolphin?
Right.
Yeah. Well, they just hold their breath, don't they? Pretty much what they do underwater.
Mm-hmm.
They just get enough water, air to do it.
Whales also debunk evolution.
Yeah. No, different kinds of whales. Don't get me wrong, and they don't all look the same.
Yeah, but there's
They're skeleton
there's
structures.
bones from
They're
evolution that debunk bones from whales that debunk evolution as well.
And why aren't whales still evolving? Why are there any species that are, in the sea or on land evolving into something else as we speak? They don't. Oh, it takes millions and billions of years, so you can put a gray area over it, right? And it'll take time. Hold your breath.
So yeah, it's quite interesting. But I don't see why
It's kinda like a
anybody
big
would believe in
improvement.
evolution, to be honest, especially today.
Yeah. Oh, I found out something yesterday. They quit teaching the singularity.
What? Really?
Yeah. They just wrote it off like it's no big deal. It happened everywhere in every part of the universe at once.
That's interesting.
Okay. I know.
Charles, are you having your second stream tonight?
Yes, I am.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Looking forward to that.
Yes,
Nice.
we're talking about little victories and the narrow path,
Nice.
and doing some Q&A and just the way God's operating. And sometimes we're always looking for blessings in the big, when if we just take a moment, God is like giving us little things and little wins all the time. We just have to stop and be patient. And anyway, we're gonna talk about that. So we're pretty excited.
That was the title of your stream, actually, wasn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. There's
Just
a
little
moron
things.
in the audience saying that whale bones prove evolution now. I'm sorry, I had to say it.
Whale bones do.
Yeah, I don't know.
Debunks it. Have they ever heard of Walter Vaith before? Maybe not.
No, probably don't. Have them look it up. Google it, dude.
Yeah. Crazy.
Protocells, too. When it can develop its own information. I would love to see that.
I mean, Walter Vaith was a zoologist, which presents many evidences why evolution is debunked just through whales alone.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Flatch, you're very knowledgeable.
Mm-hmm. So he knows what he's talking about.
Yeah. No, you're very knowledgeable too.
Yes, you know that Darwin
I
wrote
hope so. Let's see. I can find something. Yeah. Let's see.
It is International Archaeology Day today
Oh, that's interesting.
for all
I
you
never knew
history
that.
buffs.
So that's
Yeah,
weird
so
that
we
we're
were-
talking about this kind of thing then.
It is. It's on a Google search. I think it said that.
Saying giraffes are proving evolution now.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Okay, just listen.
Your great grandfather was a salamander.
Well, you take it far enough back that I mean, Kent Hogan's not right about a lot of things, but he's right that your great grandfather was a rock if evolution is true.
Well, the evolutionary process was that there was droughts and the giraffes had to eat from the leaves of higher up. They evolved their long necks over a long period of time.
So why didn't the trees shorten instead?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. Good question.
I
think God made it that way.
Easier for their trees
Good
to
point.
shorten than a giraffe's neck to lengthen.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's try and listen to what he says a bit.
his first notes on evolution and sent it out to other scientists for comment in 1844. I just found that very fascinating and interesting, because that's the same year in which spiritualism started in the world, with the rapping of the Fox sisters. So you have spiritualism very intricately involved in Darwinism, and Darwinism himself belonged to an organization that is called the Ghostly Guild, where they would communicate with spirit entities. And
There we go. So everybody who believes in Darwinism, evolution, is
A
religious.
spiritualist?
You're spiritualists.
Yep.
Yeah.
They got to have something to replace God with. That's all it really is. You know,
There's a-
fill that empty void.
I think this explains a lot why evolutionists can't get over their cognitive dissonance about it being false. Because it's a spiritual thing. They've fallen for a cult. Makes sense.
That's a good point, Charles. Why don't they eat fallen leaves?
Where they had phenomena taking place, like tables rising from the floor, and this is all well documented in the literature.
I want to see where it talks about the whales there.
Against God.
They're not going to give you a strike, are they?
Because I do believe exactly evolution is just to try and hide God.
Exact 100%.
It is that. Okay, I'm not going to be able to look through this whole thing, but
It accompanies the Big Bang.
Oof.
Yeah.
And it happened everywhere.
Yeah.
The big-
Sorry, time doesn't create things.
no.
Yeah.
Time is
Time's
a
not
man-made
even a
construct.
Exactly. 14 billion years ago. I'm like, every time I hear it, I just dismiss it. Every time they say it, just forget it.
I wonder who was cooking primordial soup. Primordial soup. Where's the recipe?
Yeah, it says the Nephilim, you know, they mated with women and with other things. I forget the wording, but
Creatures, just say creatures.
creatures.
There-
Yeah, I know. I was thinking of it some my time. I can't remember, but yeah. So there's, you know, that would explain some certain things, I guess, some archaeological finds, but they hide it. They hide it, and there's plenty of evidence of that.
Well, if you look at Greek mythology, why you get the Cyclops and the Minotaurs and things, there's a lot of mythology behind it where humans mated with mythical god kind of things. And that's how they got these. And that's the Nephilim people. That's why you can
that's right.
find this throughout history, through different cultures, because it's how the fallen angels were able to reproduce with people and with other animals and all these things, which created these gods, you can say, which were Nephilim.
Yeah. Yep.
And that's why Noah's flood had to happen.
Yeah, the abominations were walking the earth. I want to know where the intermediate species are. Any linking species that they claim there would have to be, like even a fossil record or such, wouldn't there?
Oh, they've got Lucy. You know, they've always got Lucy. And they're fake.
And they're all fake.
What is it? They put like an ape's jawbone or an ape's skull with a human jawbone or something like that.
I mean, you can take it. You've seen them take a chicken before, and they can reassemble the chicken bones to make different kind of animals just by reassembling the chicken bones. You know what I mean? It's the same thing.
Yeah.
I do believe there were such things as dinosaurs. Okay, just not in the way they present it. And I do believe that those so-called dinosaurs didn't die billions of years ago. They were in the times of Noah with the Nephilim.
Yeah, that's an interesting. I go back and forth on that too. Like I'm kind of like where you're at.
So I do find that that's what I believe.
Guys, have you? I mean, is this true? I don't. I'm not sure, but I have heard that they've never found a full scaled skeleton of a dinosaur.
No.
Not that I don't think I've ever found a full one, no.
No head of a T-Rex or.
When I was
Just part bones.
when I was busy doing my art and finishing my art major, I we were commissioned to do some bones for the museum there, and obviously we had to make a fake one, so we made a fiberglass fake bone from another fiberglass fake bone. I worked on the femur.
Okay.
I didn't see any real
You never
bones
saw
there,
a
to be
real
honest.
bone, did you?
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You never saw a real bone, did you? Les?
No. Their excuses were they're all in storage because they're too brittle. They have to keep them preserved as much as possible. That's why they have all the fake ones out for everybody, to see.
Can't let too much air get to them. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
they
like
gotta
it
take
survived
man's
for
word
billions
for
of
it.
years, but it's not going to survive
Yeah.
in a museum.
The air conditioner kicks on. Whew, they're dust.
Yeah.
Roger, I just saw that disturbing can of Dr. Pepper cooler.
Isn't that really disturbing? It's disgusting.
You should try it. It's delicious.
I hate ranch. Dude, that is hilarious. Okay, sorry. I had this.
I was
that's
on
just-
Todd's last night. He gave him the munchies. He had to go get some Cheetos. Pretty funny.
Oh my gosh. It's an interesting subject, man. My
Dr.
boys
Pepper.
love dinosaurs. Not that one. I'm trying to forget that. I could just imagine drinking it. Oh, Cool Ranch, Dr. Pepper.
Shame. Debatable D.
Back to the dinosaur.
Yeah.
They're saying
Well, I even did
we
an
need to Google.
Debatable D.
Hold on.
I even did an exhibition at the Art Museum of Braamfontein. So, yeah.
Hey Siri, have they ever found a full fossil
Hmm?
of a dinosaur?
Yeah, that's good.
I'm asking.
No. Scientists have never found a full dinosaur skeleton in which all bones were accounted for and recovered. This is because only a tiny percentage of animals were ever fossilized, and most of these remain buried in the earth.
Well, there you
The
go.
answer is from study.com and Wikipedia.
Sorry, I had to do that.
No, I'm glad you did that.
Yeah.
Okay, because
There
so
you
we're
go.
just going on, and then you do Jurassic Park, and you get us all trained up, and so
But the latest on dinosaurs is maybe we've been wrong about dinosaurs all along. They actually had furry skin. They actually
Oh,
had
and
feathers. And very
yeah.
colorful, like birds. I still want to know how they come up with the sounds for the dinosaurs, though. How do
Yeah.
you know how dinosaur sounds based on incomplete bones that you put together?
But they make a lot of assumptions, like a spherical Earth for one, dinosaur bones, skeletons, full skeletons. They don't even have it. They got to jump to conclusions.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's probably right.
that's one thing they do. They sure do fill the heads of those young people with just dinosaurs.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah,
Shut
mammoths are real. Yeah, we found full.
Yeah,
That's not a
yes.
dinosaur.
Yeah,
Yes,
mammoth is
that's
real.
not- Yep.
Today, the closest they consider to dinosaur really is a crocodile.
Mm-hmm.
You find full crocodiles, but they're still
In the
alive.
Amazon basin, the Amazon basin, they found like huge, gigantic pythons over 40 feet long. It's like, that's as close to a dinosaur as I could think of. Anything that would be.
Yeah. Now, you knew I was going to go here, but dragons.
Dragons.
The Chinese calendar has all animals, and we're supposed to believe that dragons are not. So
Yeah, well, exactly. I
on
mean,
that one.
it talks about dragons in the Bible, doesn't it? So,
Leviathan was a dragon, like a sea
Unicorns.
dragon, right?
Unicorns,
sea dragon,
dragons.
yeah.
Yes, I do believe there's still dragons out there. I think just the
Okay.
dragon at the moment is locked up. Just waiting to
Okay.
come out.
Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of there too with that.
Because the Bible kind of makes it very clear they exist.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, I think they did exist. That's why also if you look in Genesis, I believe this is why it was called the serpent. Because it was a certain
Okay.
type of mythical serpent, not a snake. You know what I mean?
Right, which they
Yeah, so I
gotcha.
think the snake is just was created, but maybe something happened that God took that just kind of explains it as a snake.
Right.
But I wouldn't say the serpent became a snake. I'd say that there were snakes already created.
Interesting. Cool.
Komodo dragons are real. That's true, Wesley.
Yes, Komodo dragons are real.
My cat evolved from a dragon. Good one, Glenn. Hey, Eugene.
I want to see a fire-breathing Komodo dragon as a cave somewhere.
Oh, man. So anybody in chat, do you guys have anything very odd that you guys believe in that you would like to talk about?
I'm getting nothing.
So far, nothing. Got a lot of people in chat, though. So it's good to see
good.
you guys.
Their fingers aren't broken. I can tell you they can click a link, right?
Like the show.
Yeah, hit the old zoots, guys, as Michael says.
Boom.
Hit the old zoots. 30 of them. Come on. Make Muhammad proud.
Was Muhammad a real person, man? I want to ask the question.
That's the thing. I do. These days, I'm kind of thinking he was made up. But the more I look into it, I think he was a real person that they just made more than he was.
They ad-libbed his stories for the most part, yeah.
Yeah. What's up, Luca?
Hello. So, wait,
Hello.
I just got here. Who are you talking about?
Anything you believe in, and why you believe in
now.
it.
You said they made him up or something?
Muhammad.
They ad-libbed?
Oh, it was a question.
Muhammad.
Yeah.
You think they made up Muhammad?
I think he did exist. They just made him more than he was actually to be.
Oh,
You know,
I see.
kind
He's
of-
not. He's not in the Bible. He's not in the Bible like they say he is.
Nope. I've never read anything about Muhammad in the Bible anywhere.
No.
kind of supersized him.
Supersize the Muhammad.
Hmm
Add a little garnish.
Closest possible in the Bible you'll get to Muhammad is Ishmael. That's it.
No, Colonoscopy, it's not a topicless show. It's literally very clear. Whatever you believe in, it doesn't matter what, come in and present it so we can understand why you believe in it. That's it. That means anything. It's a literal topic on what you believe in. If you believe in that only people should have left hands, come and explain why you believe that. You believe in only people in North America are allowed to wear socks, come and believe, It doesn't matter. There's a topic. The topic is whatever you believe in, come present to us why you believe in it so we can have a discussion about it. That's all. That's the topic. Doesn't mean there's no topic. It just means you are too scared to come present your belief.
If that's what he thinks about your stream, why is he here? Why has he got a spanner? You know what I mean? And why is he here? If he thinks that about your stream, it's just another topic, just to keep things meandering along. If it's that boring to you, don't be here. I mean, Flats has even been nice enough to give you a spanner, and you still act like a knob.
What did you want? What?
So, the Muhammad's in the Quran, right?
That's
Yes.
all. Yes, only in the Quran, yes.
Yeah, not yeah. I agree that he's in the Quran, not in the Bible. Okay.
There you go.
And that debunks the Quran, by the way, because the Quran says Muhammad says he's in the Bible.
Not
Wait,
all shows, not
what?
all streams colonoscopy goes the way they're planned. Sometimes shows go different ways. You start talking about something and it goes in a different direction. Happens all the time. You should know that about live streams. They're live. People say different things. People go in different directions sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Make it more interesting, I think, personally.
Let me actually read what the topic is for these guys, because they've obviously got. First of all, my thumbnail says I'm all ears, correct?
Yeah.
Why are you all ears? Let's talk about that for a second.
Yeah. Why am I all ears?
We sound like Good Mythical Morning. Let's talk about that.
And let's see. Flat Earth versus globe. What does the Bible really say? I'm all ears. Live discussion.
There you got it.
So, have you come to discuss your globe belief? Why you believe in a globe? Why you believe in evolution? Why you believe in aliens? All that is based on the globe, by the way. Every single discussion made tonight is either based on flat or globe, because reality, we live on a flat earth, and reality is you believe you live on a globe. So anything you believe on will either be constituted based on your belief of a globe or based on flat. So I'm all ears to listen why you believe what you believe. So it's on topic.
Well, doesn't David Weiss believe there's outer lands and aliens could come from those outer lands on the flat Earth?
Yes.
I've heard this.
He
Yeah,
pushes
he said that's a
actually
possibility.
aliens.
Yeah.
And calling us, it's a live stream. You got to expect these things. But what if the topic goes? You want to go away now, but what if the topic comes back on to what you wanted it to be about?
If you want
Then
it to
you're
be
not going
globe,
to be,
wait.
you're not going to be here to know.
If
about
you want
are
it to be globe,
go-
you can just come say, "Hey guys, I believe in the globe. This is why," and we discuss it.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's simple.
Then it could have got back
And-
onto flat Earth and globe. Then, if you'd come in.
And very cordially, I might add.
Yeah, I mean, we're just having a normal discussion.
are.
We're not here to fight or berate anybody. Why
Nope.
can't people just be mature enough and respectable and just have a discussion?
Yeah. What's on your heart?
Yeah,
That's what we're gonna do.
it really doesn't matter. I mean, really, if you believe Cleopatra was actually a transvestite, present it. It doesn't matter.
LJ, come tell us about Cleopatra being a transvestite, bro. Come on, man.
We want to hear his evidence for this.
LJ is cool, man. Love him. He'll be next waxing it up now.
But yeah, the Bible is very clear, guys. The Earth is not a globe; it's flat. It's a stationary enclosed plane. So there we go.
That's right.
So on the topic you wanted,
Yep.
the Bible is very clear.
Joshua 10 was the big one for me.
Mm-hmm.
That was the
Sun stands still.
The moment.
yep.
Sun
that was-
stands
that was
still
one of the
over
big ones.
Gideon. And what's the other one? I always forget the other name.
Oh, we're watching that on PJ's now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What's the
What was the name? What's the name of that series? PJ?
Oh, what last night?
Yeah, David. Not David.
Oh,
but
the House of David, second
House of
season.
David. Yeah. So
Yeah, we're
there's-
wait. It was on Prime, and then they put it on a different channel. Now we have to pay for it. I'm waiting now.
Oh, that makes sense. Why there's only 3 episodes so far? Then, okay.
Yeah, it's on
The
some
thing
new.
is, I'm having to do it on the movie site because we don't get the second season in the UK on Prime till next year. So, like, if the movie sites mess up, guys, we'll be waiting another 2 years to get the 3rd season.
It's a different platform that you have to get now. You have to get a membership to that. I was like, oh come on. So,
That's why I'm using the movie
Wesley
sites.
says, I believe Luca is Batman. Never seen them in the same room. You see, that's a belief. There we go.
There you go.
Luca,
Now we're
are you
talking.
Batman?
I mean, it's
No.
a silly, but it's a belief.
I am not Batman.
The House of David is
Now-
post.
No, man.
Of course, he's not
Wait,
Batman.
no, you
He's
should say
Robin.
you should say it the right way. I am Batman.
I am not Batman.
I am
No,
Batman.
I'm Robin. I am
That's right.
Robin.
Where's the trigger man? Who's the trigger?
Do you have a bat phone in your layer, Luca? If I call it.
No,
will you
but he has GPT.
Oh, okay.
ChatGPT.
No, but I have a Samsung. S24.
Oh, there you go. Good one,
This
Luca.
sounds more like a manga character, bro. This is more like a manga Batman, isn't it?
Oh, damn. Damn.
Now, yeah.
No, McToon wasn't Batman, Glenn. McToon was the Penguin.
Wow. the greatest detective in the world. That's what Batman gets called. I don't think McToon is that. That's for sure.
Yeah.
The greatest bullcrapper in the world, yeah, but not detective.
I used to love the old Batman movies. Actually, I think the way they've they've modernized the villains too much these days.
Definitely.
I
actually like the Batman at the newest Batman, the one that Robert Pattinson did.
Yeah,
Oh.
when it comes
think
to
he
the
was good.
cinematics
Okay.
of the modern Batman's brilliant. I love it.
Mm.
But when it comes to the villainization of the characters themselves, I think they've modernized the old villains too much. You know what I mean?
I don't like Ben Affleck's version because Batman uses guns with his kind of version. Batman doesn't use guns, sort of thing. You know what I mean? But I do like Robert Pattinson's for some reason for a year one, because you've got to remember it's year one as he started out, sort of thing. So I do like it because it wasn't like the highest tech suit. It was more cobbled together, you know. So I kind of like it. The rest of them, it's all about gadgets, tech, and you know, it's not the old Batman.
PJ, I love you.
The
Man. I still love you,
Adam's West
brother.
Batman wasn't Batman either, but still, I like that as a kid.
Has anybody ever seen the original made-for-TV movie, the Batman series? They
Oh
made
yes, it was more like a comedy show.
It was bad.
I love that.
My favorite's Christopher Nolan's 3 standalone ones. Those things
That
are
was good.
by far one of the.
Hmm.
I do
You
think,
know.
yeah,
Well,
I do think
I
the
love
most modern ones, Christian Bale's is the best.
Yeah.
But this
Even
puts
though
up,
his voice is so annoying. But
but this brings up a thing. What is the best James Bond? Who was the best James Bond?
Oh, I'm going to be biased here, obviously. Sean Connery, that.
Oh, I love Sean Connery. Sean Connery was good.
I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. It depends when you were young and watched. I love Pierce Brosnan as Batman.
Batman.
James Bond.
Yeah.
But Sean Connery to
007.
me was also brilliant. Timothy Dalton wasn't bad.
Yes.
No.
Who was the guy after Sean Connery?
Roger Moore.
Roger Moore.
Roger
Oh
Moore.
yeah, Roger Moore was also brilliant.
And then
Yeah.
Timothy, and then Pierce.
But I think Pierce Brosnan
Then-
is the most iconic out of them. If you have to ask everybody today, really, because like Golden Eye and things, I think
no,
that's where
Sean-
most people
Sean is the
started
next.
watching. Really, yeah. Look, if you look at the
Sean-
older generation,
Sean
Sean
is
Connery,
the-
yeah,
Yeah, Sean is the original. So
They
Goldfinger.
seem to always fit. They always seem to fit whenever time period they came out. You know, they do a really good job of like, okay, Sean Connery's like the first one, and they all just kind of had their niche, you know, and
Yeah.
so
Yeah,
Well, anybody who's ever read the books are disappointed because he's not as he's a different kind of character in Ian Fleming's novels than he is portrayed in the movies. They changed his character pretty much. He's more maniacal. He's more he doesn't care. You might say he's disconnected from his character. They say it doesn't do the books justice for some reason. I don't know why. I've never read any of the books though. Maybe I should pick up a 007 novel and read it.
I think I remember hearing a thing where they said the reason they used the Aston Martin DB5 was because they wanted to use a BMW, as far as I know, and BMW said no. It didn't fit their brand, and I think that was a big problem for BMW. I think it was a BMW that they wanted to use the M1 or something from the BMW, as far as I know. And they said, no, it doesn't fit our brand. So that's why they reached to Aston Martin and they gave them a DB5. And that became an iconic car through the James Bond series.
I like the Austin better personally, just by the looks of
It
it.
suited.
yeah, because that's interesting. BMW is German, isn't it, or no?
BMW.
It's Bavarian Motorworks.
Motorworks, yes. Bavarian Motorworks.
Ja, das ist gut.
Das ist gut, ja. Zeg het right, BMW.
yeah, man.
Now, do you believe in 007? Do you believe in James Bond?
in real
Got
life.
to remember,
MI6.
got to remember George Lazenby. He played one movie before Roger Moore became the full James Bond. He did one movie after Sean Connery's tenure, didn't he?
Yeah,
Sean Connery did James Bond, then George Lazenby did one movie. George Lazenby.
I don't think he caught on. I don't think people.
No, well, he just did one movie. He didn't want to do anymore. No, I think.
Oh, it's his choice.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so. George Lazenby was his name, I think. I think I'm right. Let me check it.
But yeah, MI6 does exist, just to let you guys know. It's just the way that people portray the secret agents in movies are not really like they are in real life. Keith, are you all ears? Zandame for New York for panel. No. Are you guys for Zandame for New York?
Who is that?
Isn't he that Muslim guy that is trying to run?
I think I could talk about. Yeah, I think no, probably not. No, why would we be?
Zandi. Mika Zandi, hot. No? What? Zandame. Am I spelling it right? Zanda. Oh, Zanda. Me. Zanda Lee.
Xander May.
Zanme. I don't get it. I don't find it. Sorry. Xander Me. Xander Lee. Isn't it Xander Lee?
I'll have to look it up.
About Xander Lee Gomez. I don't know. I'm all confused. Nope. Only thing I get is Xander Lee real estate in New York. Sorry, I don't know. I don't know.
I get nothing on the search. I don't know what they're talking about.
Zandami. Isn't it Zandami? I think it's Zandami. Mandami. Memdami.
Well, we debunk dinosaurs in real
Oh,
time.
there we go. Yeah, Zoran Memdani.
Okay.
No, I'm not for him because he is a Hamas supporter, as far as I understand. No, not for Zamdani. That's what you wanted to hear. Anybody that supports Hamas is to me a no-go. Thank you.
Who's Hamas?
Oh,
You don't know
really,
who
Luca?
Oh, come on, Luca.
We've
We've
discussed this
spoke
already.
about
Yeah.
this. You know who they are. It's that food you eat that's made out of chickpeas.
Oh, yeah, it's good. You dip your... yeah.
Okay, the biggest debate ever to hit the interballs. Pineapple on pizza.
I
go,
think it's
yeah.
okay.
I like it.
I think it's all right.
I like
I don't
it.
mind it.
I like it.
There we go. There we
No
go.
problem.
Sorted.
No
Three of
problem.
What do people have
What's
against
that?
pineapple on pizza, though?
I don't know.
I think it's okay.
Very
We have,
Charles.
I've had pineapple in certain salads, so I think it's okay.
I think Charles is busy with the kids. He's not answering. Hey, do you like pineapple on pizza, Charles? Come on. He'll get back to you.
No, but he likes pizza on his pineapple.
There you go. or you could be like Betty and you could put tuna fish on your pizza. Come on.
Yes, Mr. Jingles, if Sov supports Hamas, he knows I'm against them. And I've been vocal about that, about Sov. There's a lot of things we disagree on. And that's definitely one of the things I disagree on.
I don't think either group or there should be a division there.
Palestinian
Yes.
But as
Yes.
far as I know,
Yes.
Sov
Yes.
doesn't support Hamas himself. He supports the Palestinians. So
Yeah, I don't
It's
think
an
he supports it.
organization founded in 1987.
Yeah, the predecessor to that was the PLO. If you ever heard of them?
yeah,
I
the
now
Palest-
know who Hamas is.
huh?
I now know who Hamas is using
They were the whole
Elaborate
reason
more.
for the war for the last 2 years in Gaza.
Cool.
Yeah.
No, it's not cool. It's
No,
very
I-
uncool.
I didn't know that.
It's very uncool.
I don't think there should be a war in Gaza, dude. To be
Well,
honest.
now I know.
Have
So,
any of you
yeah.
ever had a ice cream pizza before?
No, not at all.
Actually, very
Ice
good.
cream pizza?
Yeah, ice cream pizza.
Oh
Do you
my.
freeze it?
A few years ago, we went. We got like what we call panarotti here, and every Thursday they used to have all you can eat evenings, and they like come around with different type of pizzas and just give you one if you want one. And the one night they came up with ice cream pizzas. I was like, oh, okay. And I tried it. It's actually quite good.
Chocolate ice cream, like a cheese chocolate would be on the top of it. Nuts,
No.
maybe.
It's a pizza base with the ice cream and chocolate and things on. Very nice. I was actually pleasantly surprised.
Ow. My ears.
Charles is saying wind chimes over here.
Sorry, that was my ring. My bad.
No, that's all right. So, do you like pineapple on pizza, Charles? Since you're here.
Oh, no,
Oh, I don't mind it.
no, I'm not a fan of that. So, I don't mind sweet and savory in some instances. That's not one of them.
Oh, man.
But I'm not like
Now, I
Yeah.
worked for a pizzeria. We had this thing called a teriyaki moon pizza. It actually had teriyaki sweet sauce, baby Gouda, and mozzarella with chicken seasoned just so. It was actually a decent pizza. And a little smoked Gouda, what was the smoked cheese they put on it? They had a smoked flavored cheese, just a light sprinkling. But yeah.
Applewood.
sounds
Applewood.
it sounds good. Oh, apple.
Applewood cheese.
Applewood.
It's got, yeah.
Oh,
I don't know if it's called the same in the States. It's lovely. I love all sorts of cheeses, man. Chili cheeses, cream cheeses, smelly cheeses.
Cheese is good.
Cheese is brilliant. It's so brilliant. It's bad.
Halloumi. Halloumi cheese is nice.
Do you know what a Scottish prison food it's not a prison food as such, it's just bread, jam, and cheese. But in the prisons in Scotland,
I just want to quickly
Yeah,
correct
cheese and
Mr.
jam
Jingles
sandwiches.
and Debatable D on something because they seem to be very incredulous about the history of Hamas and Israel. Do you know that Israel funded Hamas? No shit, Sherlock. They funded the Palestinian organization to rebuild Palestine so they are able to have a government. Instead, what Hamas did with the money that Israel gave them to build their state, they built tunnels and weapons. How does that go against my worldview? I know the whole full history of all this. Thank you very much. I wish people would actually look into actually knowing what they're talking about before making idiotic rubbish statements. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if you're not sure of something, ask a question and
Yeah, I'm more than happy to
do
say
it that way.
Yeah.
Oh, I was going to go into something else. We're back on the topic of evolution. Here in the States, you know what a mastodon is? We have tons of mastodon skeletons in museums here.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, it is. And Flat Earth, Flat Water actually did a whole documentary on it. They're actually everywhere. They're found all over the Americas back in the day. They have tons of skeletons, but that's not evolution.
What I find very interesting is whales travel thousands and thousands and thousands of miles through the ocean.
Yeah.
And never ever bump into curve.
Well, they swim over the curve. It bends with the isobar.
Yeah. That's obviously a joke.
Well,
that's what you were saying last
the
night.
sound waves travels hundreds of kilometers without going into a curve, so that's quite interesting.
So sound waves just jump out of the water because of the curve.
Mm-hmm.
And Lucas said isobars last night. That was his excuse for the Atmos bending around the globe. The Atmos bends with the Earth. We know about the isobars that you claim bend in the Atmos. You know.
Justin. And whales bump into curve when they grow legs and walk on land.
Oh, that's how they evolved. It was the curve that did it. Yeah. Oh.
Oh, yes, debatable. I'm calling incredulous because you guys literally don't know the history of between Israel and Hamas. That's why.
Yeah. Study it. You'll probably learn a little bit about it.
Yeah, Alan drives an awesome BM. I don't know if you guys seen Alan's M3. Very
Yeah,
nice.
seen him lying on the, seen him lying on the bonnet of it on Facebook.
Yeah, the carbon
Lying
fiber
on it
bonnet.
like it run it over, like it run him over.
Yeah,
You talk about
Alan Nordstrand, he actually put it in his will that he left that BM to me. So thank you, Alan.
All right.
Oh, nice.
Just check.
I like the M3s better. They're a little more sportier.
Yeah, it is M3.
I like. Is it M3? Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
I thought you had an earlier one.
Yes,
Got carbon fiber bonnet, isn't he? Is
Yeah.
it carbon fiber bonnet he's got it?
It's very nice.
Yeah, but when
Nice.
when they first started producing the M3s, they used aluminum heads on the things, and when they overheat, they would warp. It's a pain.
can't
in the
believe
butt.
it. Oops, sorry. Luca
That's
believes he's related to a pineapple. He is
The
related
what?
to a pineapple.
The water is a three-dimensional medium.
No,
Really?
thank you.
Yeah.
How did you know?
Why
That
wouldn't
made me
it
think
be?
now. Were the Nazis ever in Antarctica?
Possibly. There's evidence to say so. I think here and there.
Well,
I think they went down there
the
to run.
Soviets
Yeah.
were in Antarctica for a while. I still want to make a
I don't think-
documentary about that because that disproves the globe as well.
Yeah, I was talking about them last. Come on, Luca. It's there.
Goodness.
Germany did send one official
Is-
expedition to Antarctica in 1938 to 1939, but there's no evidence of Nazi bases, hidden technology, or secret post-war operations there.
Well, no, but Luca, where do you think all the people that get falsely assassinated, like Charlie Kirk, is hiding out? Come on. They're in the Nazi base under in Antarctica.
You don't... Wait, hold on. Do you now believe he was falsely
I'm
assassinated?
making a joke. I was being
No, he's
sarcastic, man.
taking the piss. Luca, he's being facetious.
Yeah, but
being sarcastic.
Glass has his opinion on it. That's Glass, but you know, he's making a joke. Yeah.
I see debatable knows you. I see debatable knows you better than yourself.
Yeah. This
He's an
is why
empath.
Debatable won't actually come and debate about this with me.
I know. Why call yourself debatable when you
Don't
don't
debate. Yeah.
except in
Is-
chat?
isn't
And that's
he
not
a
even debating
South
because you can't debate properly in chat.
Yeah, Thomas.
He's in South Africa, right?
Yeah.
Debatable.
Thomas, Isaiah 40, Luke 3. Earth is made level and the glory of salvation of God is revealed. FE. 100% concur.
That's the nature of water, isn't it? To
Mhm.
begin with.
Yeah.
It's I heard it put this way: it's the most honest mirror on earth, water.
Oh, that's a good way of putting it.
I know. I thought it was pretty cool.
Still water
Water.
would be the most.
Is it water
Never
or
heard of
water?
Water.
Water. I would say me saying water is me trying to say English, but water. I would say where I'm from. I would say water. Water. We don't pronounce it. We don't pronounce it.
Yes.
Water.
Shane, I'm so happy about Italy implementing all these laws against Islam. I think it's brilliant. I think everybody should be going those same paths. Texas as well is doing this. They've also totally banned Sharia law in Texas.
Nice.
So
Good.
it's
Yeah, they had to. They were about to get a big giant complex.
mhm.
Like, whoa. They had to shut that down quick.
So it's good that people are starting to go out against Islam. And that's why I think it's very important that people should start talking more and more about Islam and the religion that it teaches. Because people are always under the false pretense that it's a peaceful religion. It's anything but peaceful, guys. If you know anything about Islam, you would literally not give it a second thought.
Yeah, don't they kill all the infidels and let's have Sharia law? And,
yeah, Roger, you're the worst of creatures if you didn't know that. Just
Am I?
because you are not, because you don't bow down to Muhammad.
I didn't know that.
Debatable. What do you mean Flats won't admit to his hypocrisy and allow Sob on his channel? Wow, just because they disagree on something doesn't mean they say he can't come on his channel. Why should he stop him coming on the channel? Hey, Alan, he just had his name.
Yeah, he says, I heard someone putting pineapple on pizza. Italy would not allow this.
I was going to say,
talking about you. It was just talking about you in the bonnet.
Yeah, he was in the other chat. He was in the vertical stream.
Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Yeah. I'm going to have Hawaiian pizza for dinner now. I think you guys talking about it.
Portugal has just announced it's going to ban the burqa. Brilliant, Portugal. Keep it up. It's a good start.
Look, Flats and Janusz disagreed in a lot of things, but Janusz used to be here all the time. Does that mean to say, like, he doesn't come now, obviously, but does that mean to say that he's a hypocrite just because he has a different belief? I mean, we have a different belief when it comes to the earth, but he still has globers on here. I mean, is that hypocritical? No.
Don't you find it odd that so many globers that literally just speak bad about me have spanners on my channel?
Yeah, weird, huh?
So hold on, you're saying Flats is hypocritical because he would say Sov is a pro-Palestine supporter, but you're a Hamas supporter. Well, are you a Hamas supporter?
I said, okay, let me put it this way. Have you guys literally seen what Hamas has been doing to the Gazans after Israel had moved out of Gaza now?
I haven't seen it, no.
They're shooting them in front of everybody. They literally taking them in the streets and executing them in front of everybody just because those people don't agree with Hamas.
Yeah, gotcha. So they're unpatriotic is what they're killing them for being traitors.
Hey, debatable. So did I. When it comes to that same person, so did I. Just because I spoke to him didn't mean to say I didn't know that he was full of crap. He also had a lot of good knowledge, but he was full of crap when it came to that kind of thing.
I mean,
I called it from the start too. I just didn't say it publicly.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the thing. We let him do his stuff, and we've warned him behind doors, to stop cursing God the whole time and everything.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
And that's why I spoke up against him. Eventually, it was like, enough is enough now. You're just not worrying about what you're doing. And look how childish he was when he came out to so-called debate this, and he got shown every time. His only answer was Max Egan.
I know. And like say, we did it behind the scenes. We spoke about it behind the scenes. It wasn't like it was never addressed.
Like the Bible says, go and talk to them in private first. Well, that's what we did.
Yes.
And it never worked with him, unfortunately. So
it didn't.
He had to get exposed live eventually. And that's why he doesn't come around anymore, guys.
Well, he was going to expose us, wasn't he? But I don't know what for. He was going to expose us for being false Christians. Fake Christians. Yeah.
But anyway, let's move on to a more exciting and a positive thing in the show, because it doesn't really help fighting on who's doing this, who's doing that. Let's actually let's move on to positive things, guys.
All right. Did anchovies evolve into sardines?
My birthday is coming up soon.
Oh, nice. How old are you turning?
Super.
Yeah.
How old are you going to be?
27.
Wow.
Ooh, he's a young whippersnapper.
Yeah. Still wet behind the ears.
I feel that your bat wings are still kind of growing there, aren't they?
It sounds like you're old enough now to accept Christ, Luca.
Mm-hmm.
When is the age you have to be to accept Christ?
1st of November.
Luca's age. You have to be Luca's age.
Oh, there you
You
go.
have to just be Luca's age, whatever age
November
that is.
1st.
Time.
Well, it's going to be 27 here soon. Right, I got it. 27 is a lucky number for you there, Luca.
Mm-hmm.
November the 1st is my birthday date.
Oh.
Yeah.
Mine's November 8th.
Oh, okay.
You guys are close.
Nice.
That's
nice.
right.
How old are you, Flatzoid?
Me,
Ooh.
I'm turning 39 in April.
Woo!
That's an old man.
No, he looks good.
No, he's not.
I'm still
No,
young, man.
he's not.
I'm still young.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's young. My daughter's only a year older than him.
The nice thing is,
I know. I hate when my
the nice thing, I've always looked younger than I really am. So I always used to like get discounts at places. But the problem is, when I wanted to get into places I am old enough, I always had to take my ID with, because I'd always get stopped.
Huh.
The reason I say 27 is a good age, Luke, is because that's the age. I mean, I dabbled with Christianity from the age of 18, 19, but at 27 is when I finally went into Christian Rehab Teen Challenge. Yes, it was Pentecostal, but it's where I got my teaching of Christ and stuff like that. And it's where I gave my life to Christ at the age 27, properly. Because I did it before, but I don't think I meant it. So 27, that's why I say it's a good age, because that's when I did it.
Well, you know my motto, PJ. You got to mean
Sorry?
it when you do it. You got to do it. You mean it.
Absolutely.
I just adopted that motto.
I mean, I know it's Pentecostal and all that, but Teen Challenge I still think it's a brilliant ministry.
Yeah.
Getting drug addicts off the street and, you know what I mean, giving them the actual gospel, you know. Because they are charismatic, but they're not like these hyper charismatics, you know what I mean, that you see in mega churches and all that. But they have got the tongues going on and the falling about and that. But they're straight with the word. They're just deceived in that.
Mm-hmm.
And not all of them are like that. It's a general. Obviously, they've got member staff there that are Baptists and stuff and from different denominations that don't believe that. They work together.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Jingles, for gifting a membership. Woo! Appreciate it, man. Much blessings. You rock. Yeah, Heron got the membership. Remember, guys, every Wednesday is membership evening. So Wednesday nights, we just do a membership stream. So it was a great chat last week. Hope to have the same type of chat this week coming. Just to say thank you to every member on the channel. So thank you. I got to figure out how to get the Patreons to be on there as well, because apparently it didn't show to the Patrons. So I got to figure that out. But I appreciate all you guys who support the channel. Just to let you know, you guys rock.
I think I got a solution for you there. Just make all the Patreon members automatically. If you're a Patreon, you just give them a membership.
How do you make them a member?
Good question.
You can't just make them a member. They've got to pay for it. You can't just make them a member.
Or they get gifted, one of the two.
Yeah, or gifted, yeah. But it's got to be paid for either way. You can't. I don't think the creator can just say, "Oh, here's a membership."
That would be nice.
You get a free one. You get a free. Do you not get a free one?
Do an Oprah. You get a membership. You get a membership. You all get a membership.
Look under your chair. There's a membership under there.
Yeah, because if Flats could give them out, that means YouTube miss out, don't it?
Yeah.
So,
You got to make theirs something.
yeah.
And by the way, we're not hypocrites. We have a Glober on the panel right now. Just to let you guys know.
Yeah.
He's got wings.
So, Luca, when are you going to change your avatar, man?
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, you're going to become older now. You know, you're turning 27. Time for an upgrade.
Look, you know, proportionally, those just don't work.
You know, if the Earth was flat,
It is.
Oh my gosh.
It is. It's measured flat.
satellite dishes would point in roughly the same direction.
They do. I used to install them for a living.
But they don't.
They do. They
No.
really do. Yeah.
It depends.
Can I just say?
Depends on your
Can I
location.
just say
though.
Yeah, but I mean, they usually go about
Oh, yeah,
20.
go ahead, PJ.
Can I just say thank you to Justin? Justin, bless you, brother. He's just put something on my PayPal. I think he's done the same for you, Flats.
Really?
Think by what he said in chat. But thank you, Justin. Bless you, brother.
Yeah.
You're a star, bro. You're a star.
All the
They
satellites-
all tilt
Okay,
differently.
Hold on, look at everything in the U.S. I've installed here. All the satellite dishes, they all pretty much point in the same direction, at the same like a 23 degree, 22 degree angle from the horizon, just right above it. They all point in the same direction. They don't go all directions.
They all tilt differently. depending on where you are.
You know how radio signals work, do you?
What do you mean?
Basically, what the satellites have, they have a thing called an LNB horn on it. It picks up a transmission.
I just want to shout out Justin Incredible. Thank you as well for your PayPal, man. He just says, love shall conquer evil. 100% agree, man. Appreciate your support.
Yes.
He really does support behind closed doors a lot, and you mean so much, man. Really do pray blessings upon you. Thank you very much.
Sorry, in my one he said, Fiesta, God bless.
So yeah,
John
thank
Spanish.
you, Justin. You rock, man. All right, Alan Nordstrom, been a member for 34 months. Can you believe it? He says the Earth is flat. Amen.
Mm-hmm. So, in the northern hemisphere, the satellites point south and up. In the southern hemisphere, the dishes point north and up.
No, it depends where the receiver antenna is.
Exactly.
I've shown on. I can walk down the street here and I can show you dishes pointing in different directions.
Let me go get my phone. I'll go out and I'll take
a picture. And since
I actually showed it December while I was there. Remember last December, guys? I actually showed on the live stream the roof next to us, satellite dishes pointing on the same building, right next to each other, pointing at different directions.
Different directions, yeah.
And usually when I dialed in a satellite they gave me a degree right above the horizon, not that high. They don't point straight up at the sky, Luca.
Nope.
Do you have a satellite dish yourself?
No.
I know you'd think somewhere in the world that they'd have one pointing directly 90 degrees up, wouldn't you? You don't see that, do you?
Exactly, BD. Oh no, different satellite companies exist. Whoever thought?
Well, even like the background music companies that I work for, like AEI and Muzak, they use satellite broadcast, supposed satellite broadcast, but they go up about 22 degrees up from the horizon, and we get a coordinate northwesterly or southwesterly, and it depends on what you want to pick up, what they want a background music thing. That's how they do it's just a broadcast. It's like radio, dude.
There you go.
Yeah. And I know the people who broadcast from towers, the music, they go through radio towers.
Well, you still going on. That satellite dishes all point upward.
They don't point upward. They point outward.
What do you mean they point upward? Not direct, not 90 degrees, they don't.
No. Just upward. Upward is like any direction.
Upward is any direction.
Well, diagonally, yeah. I mean, it's still higher than you are, yeah. But I wouldn't I would say directly up is 90 degrees, obviously. But it's still above you, yeah. So I suppose it's still up, yeah. Of course.
We want to see these satellites though in operation, dude.
They are tilted up, I should say.
Yeah.
All satellite dishes are tilted some degree up.
Yeah.
Okay. So are antennas. They're pointing straight up.
So so the reason why is to connect with the satellites.
So the high frequency they broadcast on is just picked up by, I think, all the LNB horn, LNC horns. It's just it's not like anything new. It's nothing. It's a broadcast signal. That's all it is.
I just can't imagine thousands of satellites transferring data when we have 97% of all international data on sea cables.
Under the ground,
yeah.
That's literally impossible. That gives you 3%.
You know what's funny? I think it was even this year, there was a whole bunch of internet disruptions here in South Africa because of a damaged underground sea cable.
There you go.
No way.
Yeah.
That happened. Somebody cut a sea cable? No way.
Mm-hmm.
People cut landlines all the time. My brother, he spliced the fiber optic cables that they get cut all the time here. That's what he does for a living. He did it for like 3 or 4 years. Yeah. I've worked in the industry, Luca. All this stuff can be easily explained with radio signals and broadcasts.
Roger, Dave Adel D says you know nothing about antennas. Please stop and go learn. Roger just said he worked as an antenna installer.
Yeah, I did satellite installations for Muzak and AEI. I made $250 in installation. I would do it 4 or 5 jobs a week. That's how I made my living.
So how do you not know about that job if you just literally did that job?
I mean, it's not very complicated. They stick in the air and they catch signals or send signals. It's not very hard, is it? I mean, what is it to that?
I mean, I don't know if you guys remember, like, even if you've ever done this, just climb on your roof and, try to adjust the dish or even the normal radio antenna until someone's standing down at the TV and saying, yeah, getting clearer. You're just getting it, you're adjusting it to get to the signal.
Yeah, I remember touching. I remember like back in the 80s when I was making I didn't have an aerial at one point when I was a kid, and I was making like coat hangers and stuff. I remember just putting my finger at the back where the coax goes in and just pointing my other finger about, and it changed signal. It changed the static. You know, sometimes with a picture, sometimes I wasn't. Use myself as an aerial. You know.
And when there were no hangers, we had to use tinfoil.
Yes.
So when I was doing satellites, they give me a compass coordinate to point the satellite into.
Yeah,
exactly,
direction.
Justin.
Yep.
Yeah, it could be bouncing off the firmament. I agree.
Right.
But that would be a bad way to get information out if you had landlines to most of the world. Wouldn't you just do that?
Have you guys ever thought about this? That they're so-called geostationary satellites they claim. Could they just be mounted dishes on the firmament?
Could be. I don't know how they would really. Why would they do that though? Really.
They definitely have balloons.
Well, the firmament, there's no evidence the firmament exists at all.
Did you watch the video I gave you?
There's a lot of evidence. First, I want to ask you, Luca, would you call God a liar?
Huh?
Would you call God a liar?
Did you watch?
I would say that the people...
No. Would you call God a liar? Not the people. God.
Why would I call... Why is that calling God a liar?
No, I'm asking, would you call God a liar?
Well, God is... It depends on God's character, I guess.
And God's character in the Bible? Well, do you know what God's character is? He cannot lie, correct?
God's character in the Bible may be different than God's character in real life. Who knows? I don't know.
Wow.
The
person who created you actually can judge his character. Yeah. Wow, that is something. That is something, man. That's hard to.
All we have is what people say about God.
Really? You don't have his. No, what about the Word of God? That's inspired by God.
That is the Word of God. It's
inspired.
It's just written in a book. We don't know if it was
inspired by God, written.
How do you know that?
Oh,
how do you know?
Because
you see what's written in it.
It's written by people, not God.
Right, by God.
So
I know.
You never know.
The Bible has. It wasn't.
How do I know? Holy Spirit tells me. That's why I know.
So, Luca, you didn't answer my question. Did you watch the video and read those documents I sent you last night?
I said, I saw. I watched the first 6 minutes of the video.
So you didn't finish it. So, all right. So
jammer, ek moet julle net gou stop. Justin vra dat ek asseblief in Afrikaans kan praat, want Luca verstaan nie Engels nie. So, Luca.
Hey.
Luca, ek het 'n vraag vir jou. Sê jy dat God lieg?
Are you insulting me and freaking?
No, he's not, man. Look, he's talking.
No, go ahead, guys.
Yeah. Luca, I can't. I was going to say, it's a really good question. How do I know? Well, I know because I had a revelation and a supernatural experience and freedom that I can't explain to you, that I can only say in adjectives. And God, I searched him and he found me and he spoke to me. So
what did he say?
He said, What did he say?
Yeah.
That sounds like
He
you're
said,
being
"Come
really...
to." He goes, "Come to me." He said so many things to me. He's loved me. He gives me. He's given me my family, my life.
Yeah.
There's
And
so many things he said to me because
And
you
the
know what?
things-
Because I read the word as his voice.
Yeah. Things like prophecy, archaeological proof, the evidence of the
Dreams.
Holy Spirit. You know, it
I've
bears
had a
witness
vision.
to my spirit.
I had a vision. I've had a vision.
Maybe if
Do you know how I know God's real? Do you know how I know, like, I'm saved? Because I
yeah,
was there
how
when
do
it
you
happened. Because I was there when it happened. That's how I know.
You were there 1,000 years ago. Or
I was there
2,000,
when I was there when I got saved. I was there when it happened. That's how I know I'm saved.
You were born.
Well, Luca, have you ever seen a baby born in real life?
My goodness.
Have you ever seen somebody come to life
on video?
On video.
Only.
You've never actually physically experienced.
It takes
No.
more faith to believe in evolution, Big Bang, and all that than there is to believe in God. And you're questioning things like biology and stuff like that. So how could God do this sort of thing? How could evolution and Big Bang do that?
Yeah. Truly, it is that it's really about. It comes down to faith, and I know that I know without a shadow of a doubt that He is real.
Nah.
And I can't, and so I will never make you do that. That you have to come to that decision. So anyway, that's how I know.
So
does that make me a liar? Does that make me trying to deceive you, Luca?
If you're
Do you believe, listen to me, do you believe what I'm telling you?
Yes or no?
Yes or no?
Good question. I suppose if I had to answer honestly, I'd say in a way I can see how you would think that if something did happen that you would describe as supernatural.
Yeah. So it's without a doubt. Yeah. I absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt, experienced God
Of
because
course.
I sought Him out. And
what supernatural thing happened to you?
Where do you want to begin, brother?
Is it supernatural, or is it just coincidence, or is it just something natural
I
that
can tell
appeared
you
supernatural because you were thinking about something and then that something happened, or something like that?
Goodness.
Nope.
Not
I
what we're
didn't.
talking about.
You're naive. You're so naive, Luca. You might be clever, but you're naive.
I got a question for you, Charles. Right
Go
quick.
ahead.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Are you inspired daily in your walk? Do you just find inspiration every time you turn around? Almost like it's just there. Like, hey, God wants me to. That's what the Holy Spirit does. He inspires, dude. Right?
He comforts. He
I don't
he
really
helps.
have any
Scripture says,
inspiration.
turn over a rock, I am there. Do you know what I mean? In nature itself is proof of God. Simple.
Why couldn't
Fine.
nature just form naturally?
It's impossible. To me, that's impossible. When
Nature
you look at
just
this,
from
To
what?
natural law, it's impossible.
From what?
From like billions of years and a seed.
Yes, before
or
that, what happened? I mean, how are we? Big Bang evolution? Is that what you're talking about again?
Yeah.
And that's better. That's better evidence than God, is it? Because there's no evidence for it at all. There's evidence
What do
for God
you
all
mean?
over the place.
There's evidence for evolution. What do you mean there's no evidence?
Where?
We were going
Where?
over that before you got here, Luca. We couldn't find any at all.
Like fossils and stuff.
That's what we were going. We were looking in the fossils, weren't we, PJ? Yeah, there are.
All fossils tell you is that animal died. That's it.
There you go.
You're using Kent Hooven's argument.
It doesn't matter
why are you doing that?
And so what? It's true. It's true.
We're using God's
do
argument.
you not use other people's what they say? I use it because it's true and I agree with it. That's why I used it. Does it matter if it's Kent-Hovind? It's mine also. I agree with it, so it's mine also.
In a narrow sense, you're right that
Narrow sense.
an animal died.
Oh my god.
But
Yeah.
there's a lot more to fossils than just something died.
Yeah, the how and why, but it has nothing to do with evolution, Luca.
Like,
There are
at
no
the most-
evolved species
at
in
the
the fossil
most-
record. There are
At the
none.
most simple and basic level, yes, I agree with you that a fossil does indeed start, like, as evidence that something died.
You can get
And how-
Luca. You can get a fossil, something that's fossilized, that has just
I
been
get both.
fossilized. You know, that actually has a lot of pressure. That's been in a landslide last year.
Yeah.
It's the pressure.
Right.
It's sediment pressure
So,
that causes fossilization.
so it was, yeah, it's buried under conditions that allows it remains
which
to
can
be
make
preserved.
it fossilize in a few months.
And that explains
So-
how that fossil or that animal died.
Yeah, it
is the
doesn't need to be
fossil
billions of years.
No.
What about fossil records?
What fossil records, dude? We looked for dinosaurs and there are no evolutionary species in the fossil record. So what does this got to do with evolution?
What happened to that fossil that they found that still had tissue on it?
Oh, like Sue right here in Denver. That one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tissue.
Yes.
Yeah. It's documented, dude. It's not a bone or a fossil. It's manufactured by men to present.
Well, you can still date the rock layers it was surrounded by and figure out when
The
it
rock
died
layers.
or something.
No way, man.
Or a
The great
general-
unconformity completely debunks all that junk.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go out
Billions
and
of years.
out there.
Look
it up.
What do you mean?
Or
The
date 'em.
great conformity or whatever. What did you
Check
say?
out the great. It's the strata or the geo layers of, for example, the Grand Canyon.
Yeah.
There's no way that those formed over billions of
Those are
years. It's
formed
a
by Noah's
proven
flood.
fact. It was by a massive, catastrophic event such as a flood.
Mm-hmm.
Nah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it shows about
Nah.
5,000 years ago.
You call us,
Exactly.
You guys call us hand wavers. Look at your the definition of a hand waver.
Look up the
Nah.
great
Let's see.
Anything anybody tells you, it's nah.
research. The great
Nah.
Top to bottom
unconformity.
overview. Okay, sure.
Look it
Okay,
up.
all
Search
this.
it out.
So let's see.
Just proving that the Bible is
Norman
right.
brought up a great point, and I'm sure Michael would bring that point up too if he was here.
Limestone.
Have you ever heard of the pulled down man, Luca?
No, what? Who's that?
Scientists made the pulled down man to fake evidence for evolution.
That's not the only one.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Why is that? Why
They were
would they do
caught
that?
faking
To
evolutionary
dismiss the Bible.
evidence.
No, why would they make the Piltdown Man to fake evidence?
Because they
To
need
hide
evidence.
God.
Yeah.
They're
That's the
atheists.
big one. That's the biggie.
Amen.
That's why they have space. That's why they have this. That's why they have dinosaur. They have this. All of it's chipping away and trying to take you away from the truth, and that is the Bible, the word, the inspired word of God. They found chariots in the Red Sea.
Yeah.
So,
They found more than that, haven't they? They found Sodom and
Mhm.
Gomorrah. They found.
yep.
Speaking
There's
of,
all evidence.
speaking of
Joshua
this
Paul.
evidence, I actually was watching a show. It came out today. I don't know if you guys watch. It's a woman and a man that live in Nazareth, but they do a lot of archaeological evidence stuff. So they go do a lot of archaeological digging, and their whole channel's based on archaeology. Today they brought out a video where they're there in. It's just behind the Temple Mount in Jerusalem, where they found a secret chamber where they still have to try and excavate there. But anyway, on top of the secret chamber, there was a whole bunch of golden coins and a medallion dated to when Jesus was there. And, with the menorah and the shofar and the Torah scroll on and stuff. That already shows that, the Jews were there for 2,000 years or whatever. But what was interesting, when they went down into the tunnel, they found the place that a lot of the Israelites were hiding away in a cave when the Romans invaded to kill them.
Okay.
And to capture them and remove them from Jerusalem. But in this cave, they found, it looks like markings, almost like a calendar, where they scratched how many days they were hiding away there. Now, my question, based on Satan's short season nonsense, if that was when Jesus returned, why were they hiding in a cave and documenting hiding in this cave?
Exactly. Wow. It's more and proof.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Wesley, how's it going?
Hey, I have two topics for you. Hey, guys.
Yes.
All right. So this one I've struggled with a lot. You guys were asking Luca a good question about where did reality come from? What do you guys, when you think of God, well, most of you believe in God and he's eternal. So how do you ever struggle with where did God come from?
No.
Yeah, of course. I did when I was younger, not anymore.
Yeah, Wesley, that kind of blows my mind when I think about that. To be honest with you, that's a mind blower.
Yeah, I just learned to accept that God is uncreated. He is the Alpha and Omega. Yeah. He's the beginning and the end. So the thing that blows my mind more about this is, what if God didn't exist?
Yeah.
Well, I know, but that's the same reason you guys.
It's unimaginable.
Yeah, I know so atheists or people who believe in the Big Bang think the same exact way about reality or nature or creation, right? They believe that it is quote unquote eternal as well, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's
it's Go ahead.
See, I just think God has always been, but even when you say that in your own words, God has always been, it brings in time. It brings in time, even when you're saying always. So, I mean, it's hard to explain in human terms, isn't it? With the natural mind.
When you try to think of it naturally,
you can't.
When you think of it,
it's crazy.
When you think of it naturally,
it's the same problem I get.
It doesn't make sense, but
I can sometimes I can sometimes freak myself out thinking about eternity as well.
Mm-hmm.
But time is a dimension of this universe, and if for those who believe in heaven, I don't know if time exists. It definitely doesn't exist in the same way we think about it, but it'll be interesting. But if you think about living for 5,000 years, and that's not even a dot or speck, that's a little bit psychotic thinking about it when I think really deep into it.
Yeah, like I said, when you think of it naturally, it's a crazy thought. It's hard to wrap your mind around, but I guess falls into the supernatural and
that comes from a carnal mind. So we're not going to be able to understand it. So
but
I think it would also be different if you understand. I mean, we've all probably been in God's presence before, and you've felt in that time almost as if time stands still. I mean, I've had instances where it's like, wow, 2-3 hours have passed, and I didn't realize. It felt to me like a minute. You know what I mean?
100%. Yep.
Yeah, but you can feel that about other things. I mean, a lot of people feel that about other things. I agree with you, Flatzoid, but you can feel that about other things too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I guess when time flies when you're having fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean that's true. But I would just caution anybody who, because I used to be like that. I used to say, well, where did the universe come from? But anybody can turn that and say the same thing about God too.
Yeah, but
but
there are answers for that though, because the universe requires naturalism. So that means that it needs to fall under the natural laws, and naturalism is very specific. It cannot create itself. But where God comes in, because he's out of the universe, he's out of the natural laws he created, he can be self-created.
Yeah, but what happens when we get outside of our universe?
What's that got to do?
I don't believe it.
What's that got to do with?
I don't.
It doesn't follow the same laws outside of our universe. And at the beginning, time came into
Yeah, but-
being.
but you
They're
see-
saying time came into being at the Big Bang, right? So
Yeah.
the laws of physics didn't exist
It
in
did,
the way
because it's
we know them
naturalism.
now.
Naturalism has to abide by naturalistic laws. With God,
In this universe,
No,
in this
but
current
any-
universe, yeah.
no, the thing
There
is,
is no universe. There's only heavens. God created the heavens and the earth.
Yeah.
That's all I know. Universe is a human construct that was created.
And
he
the only-
created
the
the
only
heavens
person-
and the earth.
That's it.
The only critter that quantified any kind of time is humans, dude. That's really where it comes from.
No, God created time. What are you talking about?
No, he did not quantify time.
Oh, he didn't. So the first, when he says first and second day, he didn't quantify that.
Well, he didn't give it a time, did he?
Oh, he
Is there
didn't.
a
He
time on it?
didn't. He said
He
the
does
first.
say for dates and times.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but
Exactly.
Yeah, but here's my point. Did he give you a 12-hour day and a 12-hour night? Did he say, "Oh, there's 12 hours here"? No.
No,
Yeah, he gave us the first day. What are you
Yeah, but-
talking about?
Yeah, but he didn't give you a
But
clock.
Roger, wait,
He
Roger,
didn't give you a
wait,
numbers.
Roger. But in Genesis, he does say he sets this for dates and times. So yes,
Yeah.
God did create time as a reference for us, but the construct of time, how as we know it, is man-made reference.
How we divide it up? Yeah, how we divide it
That's
up. Yeah, of
man-made.
course.
Yeah, BC and Anno Domini.
Same thing with miles and feet. We did all that. There's nothing.
That's human.
There's nothing
Yeah,
special
what's
about it.
Luke
We just
talk-
created it.
What's Luke talking about in private? So literally every little thing debunks you in the end. What are you talking about?
Talking about
No. Leslie's got a. That's cool.
I think in the end it has to come down to God. There's just unimaginable.
Yeah.
I totally agree with you. I'm just telling you that I've had these discussions for the last
Wow.
15 years with other people, and I can see why they believe the way they believe, and I want to try to speak to them in a way that it's faith, right? It's faith versus what we can test. We can individually test our faith, but nobody really outside of us. I think they can notice things about us, of course. But yeah, no. So the other one I had is going to be a little bit divisive, I think. But I'm curious on Flatzoid because you haven't said much about it in a while. So one of my things I've been known for in chat is I think a lot of conspiracy theorists who believe in the Bible don't attend regularly church, and I find that fascinating. And I don't know why that is. I have some suspicions, but I would be curious about Flatzoid and everybody else on the panel if you think that God wants us to be part of a local church. And when I say local church, I do mean a group of believers.
I think it depends on if you find the right church. That's because where I
I'd
am
love
at
to
the
find the
moment, I can say my pastor is grounded in truth. So I'm very happy where I am. You do get places that it's difficult to get a grounded church. Then I would say it might be better to, just have a way to study the Bible and have, with your family and friends, you know what I mean? Like it was in the book of Acts and stuff, where they started the church. The churches started at homes. But yeah, it all depends on a person's situation, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as long as you're fellowshipping somehow. Somehow, if I wasn't doing this at all, I didn't know nothing about YouTube, I'd be more serious probably about finding a local church that would not be babbling tongues all over the place and stuff like that, you know what I mean? But it's kind of hard to find a place like that nowadays. But every denomination has got its little flaws, so I shouldn't be so picky that way, to be honest. And I've become more
I appreciate that. That's good.
Depends on your. I think it depends on your heart. Listen, I grew up in a religion. I grew up in different denominations. I learned this. I learned that. I did a lot of good things. I learned. Had some good seed planted in me. But as I get older, I think we need to get back to the ecclesia, which is the home, because we are the church.
Yeah.
And so I really feel a strong conviction not to say that going to a building and finding a good pastor and a good church family, there's nothing wrong with that. But for me right now, I think this is the ecclesia right now. When we're talking about the kingdom of God and operating and searching the word and coming together, that to me is the church.
Mm-hmm.
And
Beyond the building.
ecclesia.
What
Beyond the building.
What do you mean by coming together, Charles?
Coming together like this. It doesn't
Fellowship.
matter in the platform,
Yeah,
either in
this
your
is
home.
fellowship.
Fellowship.
So you don't think
fellowship-
that needs to be in person? Not all the time, but you don't think there's an importance to doing it in person?
Oh, I think that. I love coming together, inviting people in our house. That's why I did church for about 2 years now. Is at our house. We break bread together, and we've had some really good time studying the Word and getting and growing closer to God. But finding, here's the thing, Wesley, and I'm not talking about you particularly, or just in general. I think we've hit this checkbox kind of mentality where we take God with us. We get our fill, and on Sundays and sometimes Wednesdays, and then we're good. And so beyond the building is for us because he's in us now. And our mission field is where we are, our influence, where we're at. So are we the ecclesia on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday? You know what I'm saying? And so I think we need to be there. We need to do that. And so I get challenged on this platform. And that's why my wife and I are doing Beyond the Building, because we want a place where we can study the scripture together and grow closer to God. And it's just, and a lot of people are getting into a religion. Their faith is in a building, in a culture, and a tradition. What it needs to be in Jesus Christ, a relationship with Jesus. People are like reading the Bible for the first time for themselves. And I think what happens is we just get lazy, and I'm one of them. I used to be that way. Man, that was such a good word. And all of a sudden, my focus was on the man who was speaking the word instead of me having a personal interaction with the word and Jesus to myself. I hope that makes sense. I mean,
no, it does. Here's the issue that I see with it. I agree that going to church is not a checklist item, because it can be so quickly, as we see with a lot of hyper high church denominations. But I think we have to be accountable to pastors and spiritual leaders who guide us, and they're not infallible by any means. But if we read the Bible for ourselves, there are temptations, and Satan is out there to sway what we think we know, and then we become the masters of what the Bible says, and we don't have somebody that's in spiritual authority over us. What?
I don't agree with that,
Wesley, but greater is he that is in you, Wesley, than he that is in the world. Not through the man that I go to.
Mm-hmm. But
I'm saying, like,
I just got
power in numbers. So I would say power in numbers. But yeah, go ahead.
I just got to say, based on this as well, the Bible also tells you, even if your pastor teaches you, you still have to go back and do diligence and read the Bible yourself.
Yep.
To know if he's really giving you the truth.
The problem that you're missing, that I think people who don't, is that they read the Bible and interpret themselves, and then come up with their worldview based on that, and then because they have no group of people, strong spiritual Christians, they can take whatever interpretation they think is right.
Yeah.
And God calls us to submit to our leaders in the church. And so,
but what if those leaders are also misleading you?
Mm-hmm.
That's why
there's a lot of
that's why the elders are very important. And there are churches that have gone off the rails. And any human person that you trust, including yourself, is fallible. So that's why the greater the number, and the people that are shepherding you, I want people shepherding me so I don't get led astray. I have to test them. I don't take it like, you're right. There are high church people that, the pastor says this, the pastor says that. Well, if it doesn't match with the word of God, then I don't go there, or I'll approach them and other people. And that's why I go to small group. That's why I go to Sunday school. That's why I lead kids church, because I want to be involved.
There's such value in that.
Before we go on, I just want to say thank you to Frida. She sent a super chat. She says, Keep doing amazing work. God bless you, and love from Sweden. Thank you very much, Frida, for the super chat.
cool.
Appreciate you. Much blessings to you too. Thank you. Sorry, guys, gone.
Oh, come on.
So
Yeah.
West, I want to
Oh,
bring
it's not in
something.
the vertical.
Yeah, it's in the vertical.
Yeah. Can I bring something up? Like it's the state-run churches, they answer to the federal, right?
That's right. 501(c)(3)s.
Yeah, 501(c)(3)s. Yeah, they do.
Why do you
We do that.
what do you mean answer to them?
They push woke dogma now. A lot of the bigger denominations, they do that, and because it's funneled into it.
There are some churches that have fallen away. That's happened all throughout history. The first churches started that way.
It's bigger than it has been before, dude. It's never been this big. I've been alive.
So is that an excuse not to do what God asked us to do?
Well, no, that's telling you that the church is corrupt now. And
All churches.
I don't believe all churches are.
Not all churches, no. But
Okay. I agree with you.
A lot of them, and
I agree.
So,
But that's why it's amazing to be in America. At least in America, we have the freedom to go and worship where we choose to. But I think there's a bigger risk in just being out there on your own. There are no lone wolf Christians. I don't think there should be, except for places where they don't have a good church to choose from. But in America, you go a half a mile, you'll run into a different church. So
why do you go to church? Because I can tell you, I love do we love the fellowship, or they have really good worship, and the childcare is top notch, and it's like, the coffee's excellent, and so I think it gets a little bit muddied by this.
I agree.
I
was an elder for 5 years in a smaller church, and I'm at a bigger church now, and people would always complain that we change the music or change the times of service. But if you're there, but most of the people are there to worship God, right? That's the point of church. And so if you're there for your personal preferences, then
corporate worship.
That's what I'm worried about. A lot of people.
I've never been in a church, because I've usually been part of, like the sound team or the choir or the band or whatever. I've never ever had one church where you don't get someone who moans about something.
Yeah.
And their hearts aren't in the right place, but I still it's a safe place for people to come to learn, because the church is for the sinners. It's not for the holy people. And so it's a safe place.
Well, Wesley, that's an excellent point. And you know what? I think sometimes church is for just other Christians, and other Christians are already getting filled. I've gone to church, I'm a pastor myself, and I've been to plenty of churches and been in leadership in churches, and I feel like we're not, for me, there's like this, I don't know, we're not fulfilling. I don't want to get stuck in this rut, this mediocrity. There's more to it than just, great worship and a good message.
It's connections.
I understand that. I agree with that, but I think that sometimes on Sunday morning in America, we are more divided than we are. We got Baptists over here, Methodists over there in that building, and then you got the Presbyterian there, and all this Catholic there. It's just all over the place. But we're all are we all serving the same? Are we all supposed to be serving the same Jesus? But there's like doctrinal differences.
Mm-hmm.
And that drives me crazy. And there's this cultish, and like I said, I know we always have to ground this in, this is not every church, but I will tell you 100%, Jesus is shaking up the church. The wheat is being separated from the chaff 100%. Because we cannot, all these men are falling, and we have to, we're being called to do more. I love going in and talking, iron sharpens iron, but there's more to it. Have you ever witnessed, Wesley? Have you ever been filled with the Spirit where God is speaking through you to people? Have you ever experienced that before? I'm sure you have as an elder. Isn't it the most beautiful thing? And you want more of that. And I believe that God wants to utilize that. And it's just, and I'm talking through my experience myself. Yeah. I've had awesome pastors, man, and awesome churches I've been a part of. And, I just feel like God is kind of pulling us back to this, get out of the religion and get into relationship with me.
Back to basics.
Yeah. I feel like
I mean, I agree with you. That's your personal journey, but I would just like read the book, read it again, right? I know you've read it, but like read the book of Acts and all the crap that people were coming up with different ways to interpret the word. There were so many divisions in that church and in some areas where they had said have nothing to do with them, right? Like this isn't anything new, in my opinion.
Yeah.
It's been like this from day one, just because we're all sinners. And so I don't know. I'm wary of those people that are lone wolf Christians, because they can be easily swayed to believe different things or believe in their own personal interpretation. And so that's my 2 cents, and I'll get off soon,
I agree.
But
I agree. I think it goes the other way too. Like institutionalized buildings that are not, that are just. Listen, the board members. You know what board members do? They prevent certain words. Oh, you're not going to be talking about angels, or you're not going to be talking about Genesis 6, or you're not going to be talking about this, or moving in the spirit, or like moves of the spirit, or we want to play safe and we want to tickle the ears.
Yeah,
and so that's a danger. I feel like that's
a temptation of the church, at least in America today, because you want more. If you're concerned, so what I love about my church is we're not concerned about the number of people in the chairs.
That's good.
We want people who want to be there, who want to learn, and the Bible study that I go to, we just go through every verse of a book over 1 year, and we read it all. We don't skip anything, right? Because if you're skipping around, you can totally get into what you're saying, Charles. And I feel sorry that you had to go through that, because that's not fair.
No. God, no. That was bro. You don't listen. My wife and I went through those things, so God can instruct us. You learn.
No, you learn from trials.
Things grow in the valleys, brother. Yep. So.
Count it all blessing when you encounter various trials. So
I understand like what you're saying about the lone wolf thing, because I have seen Christians that don't fellowship at all, and it's just them and God in the Bible, and that's it. And everything is a sin, everything is bad. They don't talk, they segregate themselves, and it's just about them and God, and they become so pious. And self-righteous.
Yeah, but I've seen
unbelievable. So I do understand that.
But
too.
you
You
also get this from the people that just gullibly follow whatever the pastor teaches as well. So it goes both ways. But
of
at
course.
the end of the day, I think it comes to discernment with you and the Holy Spirit, and it does help to have, even if you are quote unquote a lone wolf, to have people in fellowship that you can discuss these things with.
Yes.
So even if you don't go to a congregation, at least have someone you can fellowship with the word, so you can, it's like, hey, what do you think about this kind of thing? You know what I mean? Which I think.
Yeah, but I would also make sure that person, you should have at least one person who's more spiritually mature than you.
You need mature people. You can't have baby Christians. 100% agree.
Yeah, you can't go side by side with somebody through the word only. You need somebody. Yeah, you need somebody that you respect and that follows the word above you, that you can learn from. So cool. All right, I got to run, guys, but that was a good chat. Thanks.
You too, man. Blessings, man. Thanks for coming.
Bye.
Yeah, great discussion.
Wow. Yeah, that's one of the better conversations I've had with him.
I like these type of discussions. I mean, it's
interesting. Yeah. Yeah, it definitely goes both ways, like you see. And I was going to say, like, I wouldn't say a lone wolf, but my wife and I separated us from organized church after those things happened to us. And that was just a natural occurrence, because we'd been so hurt, because people, didn't, we want more of this. And I want to start a men's, let me give you an example. I want to send a men's Bible study about talking about men purity and holiness and striving for holiness. You know what the pastor told me? You can't do that. Why? Well, because it's under our name and you'd have to use this, and I want my son to be there with you and all this stuff. So he was restricting me from going and acting as an ecclesia, going and inviting friends over to my church because I was affiliated with his church. Could you believe that?
That's crazy.
That's ridiculous. That's what I'm saying. And that's what, like that is the danger of this.
Yeah.
Exactly. And so, and sure enough, and of course, his son went there, and it kind of took over, and then it just got worse and worse and worse. And through it all, like I said, God was showing me this is what's happening. And I'm telling you, those organized buildings are not going to be lasting long. It's falling apart. And I don't think that this has always happened. There is a giant falling away of the church. And and that's a good thing, because here's the deal. These men, these shepherds with great hearts and good intentions fell because they lost their way. And God can redeem them, and we can get back to where we need to be. So I hope, and so now my wife and I, okay, now God finally released me to go ahead and start our own church, our ecclesia at home. So anyway, it's kind of like a short version of that, short story of how that all happened.
But yeah, it's like you said, it goes both ways. And I do think, especially in the times you are now, it's very important to, if you don't find a congregation you can really trust, to go the ecclesia route, because that's how the church started in the first instance. And that is actually the heart of Jesus, you know what I mean? The fellowship.
Yeah.
So it's not about the church building. It's about who you're having the fellowship with.
Yeah. Yeah. And there's a big movement of like a good success story was, I was a small groups pastor, and that's how you grow the church. So our job was to invite our neighbors, and we would have Bible studies. Okay. Now, of course, we're building up the population of the church, but the idea of bringing people in and into your home and eating and things like that, it was just a more intimate setting, and really was very effective. And a lot of big churches do that today. They have tons of home groups and stuff like that. So anyway.
I think it was a good discussion.
Yes.
We should dive into carbon dating like Lucas over here talking about.
Oh my goodness.
I know.
Luca,
Look
do
at-
you know carbon
I've
dating
turned
isn't
off the
very
private
accurate.
chat. I can't be bothered with it.
Hello.
I don't even read my private chat anymore.
Yeah, I get you.
But yeah, carbon dating is
What's that?
anyway not very accurate, Luca.
No,
What the hell are you talking about?
it's proven.
You can take the exact same sample to 5 different universities and let them all do carbon dating on it. They'll have exactly every single one of them different dates.
Can
That's a
you
fact.
show me?
And that's a fact.
They
They'll
use
never
it.
ever
No,
have
can
the
you show
same
me?
date. Sorry?
Can you show me where that's been done?
Go look, search for anywhere. There's never been a place where they get the same date ever.
No, that's
Yes.
highly doubtful.
Go.
No,
Oh.
show me.
Luca.
Where's that been done
Highly
before?
doubtful.
So the same
every time.
technique. They use carbon dating the exact same way
Okay,
in
let's do this way.
all of these places and get
Get a
different
lab for 'em.
numbers.
I'm gonna
No.
do it this way.
Shut up, Luca.
That they do this. So all of these places that it's been sent to do carbon dating the same way, and they get different numbers. No,
Yes.
no.
Yes.
Different
Show
radiocarbon
me.
dating
Not
results
related.
for the same object are primarily due to inherent uncertainties in the method rather than fundamental flaws. These variations accounted for providing
So they're doing
probabilistic
different methods.
age range, not
Listen.
a single exact year.
Wait, so they're doing
Contamination,
different methods.
Old carbon, young
You said
or
the same
modern
method.
carbon,
Luca, listen.
Listen,
atmospheric fluctuations, reservoir effects, marine effect, hard water effect, isotropic fractionation, the old wood problem, measurement limitations, cross-checking, calibration curves, sample preparation, and comprehensive reporting. These are all the issues why they have different dates.
that's what I'm saying. There's so many different variables with carbon dating. They're doing the same method. It just is different in the process that they're getting different readings because of different environmental effects. It's not an accurate way to date anything.
The conversation.com, radiocarbon dating only works half the time.
Oh, 50-50. Wow.
Oh, nice. Half
And it's only accurate at 50,000 years. So the billions that you're talking about is absurd. It literally is absurd.
National Institute of Health, radiocarbon dating, uncertainty, and the reliability issue.
I think you're more. I think that's more to do with the sample, not the science.
You can take the same sample, as it's been done all over, to different places, different universities, and they would test the same sample, and they would all get different dates, Luca.
Or what if the method of transportation contaminates it?
That's what I said. They got a lot of different issues. Carbon dating is not accurate.
not accurate, man. That's
No,
where-
the science is
There's too
accurate.
many variables.
What happens to the sample is not.
We're saying that this, not just the sample, like for instance, like the specimen, right? It's exposed to all this stuff for years and years and years. Different variables. There's so many you can't narrow it down. It's not accurate.
They may accidentally contaminate the
Okay,
sample.
Luca.
That's
Let's see
not
when
the
they picked.
science.
Wait, Luca. When they picked up the sample from where they found it, is it already contaminated?
But that's not the
Is it already
science
contaminated
itself.
where they picked the sample up, Luca?
Well, they'd probably do it carefully.
Is it already contaminated when they pick the sample up, Luca?
Yes or no?
No.
Yes, it is.
They
Do
take it
you
out
know
of
you
nature.
get different carbon readings just based on where the environment is, Luca?
Like something next to it can.
Let's
date-
say you have a rock, and it's in
Okay,
a
well-
place where it rains more. It will give a different date compared to that exact same rock in the same cave where it's dry more.
Well, just use the right equipment to pick it up.
It doesn't
Right
help talking to Luca.
Is the equipment contaminated itself, Luca? How do you sterilize the equipment?
Just clean it or something.
Clean it from what?
Do you even know how carbon dating works, Luca?
Yeah, when a living thing dies, it loses carbon.
No, how does
that's
carbon
not-
dating
that's not what he
work,
said.
Luca?
How does
And
carbon
then by measuring like how much
How do
carbon
they measure
it
it?
has lost,
How do they measure it?
they know how much carbon the thing has by looking at reference material, and they know the rate of decay that
How do
the
they
thing-
measure the decay,
You're not
Luca?
going to answer it. Something to do with ISIS, something, somewheres. Think about it, Luca. Keep going. The isotopes in these.
Just
Well,
in there.
I have heard of. I don't.
Okay, let's
The
for
decay
guys.
rate.
I'm going to give you, for instance, an example. Have you heard of the Shroud of Turin before, Luca?
oh yeah.
Huh? No. What's that?
Oh boy.
Of course you have.
The Shroud of Turin
never
is
heard of
the
it?
apparent piece of
The
cloth
Shroud?
that was on Jesus at his burial.
And it's got an
Okay.
imprint of his
And it's got
face
an
on it.
imprint of his body and face, yeah. So,
Okay.
do you know they've tried to do carbon dating on it for hundreds of years now? And every single time it gives a different date.
Well, it's not alive. I think it would be very hard.
Are you
to
carbon
measure
dating living things,
a cloth.
Luca? Is that what you're doing? You don't carbon date
It's not
living-
alive. What kind of answer is that?
I think it would be very hard to measure something that is a piece of cloth. Like dating back a cloth. I don't know how that would work.
That's why I asked, do you even know how carbon dating works?
Well,
He doesn't.
the
know how-
thing
They take
needs
a
to be
sample.
alive.
They need to take
It
the
needs to be
sample.
alive.
No, it doesn't need to be alive. How do you?
What are you
How's a
talking
rock
about? It's
alive,
still alive.
Luca? How's a rock alive or a piece of cloth alive? How
Well,
do you
a
think?
rock
How
has
do you think they
carbon
work
in
out
it.
a date of your so-called dinosaur bone, Luca?
Why would you
It
carbon date
needs to
something
be
that's
alive.
alive?
No, it doesn't.
You know how old it is if it's alive. Usually,
They compare tree rings and stuff.
Yeah,
Creatures that
Soundy,
could be
Luca's
loud.
in for you, mate. Soundy just
Well,
popped
oh
up.
my
He's
God.
like,
For carbon
yeah,
dating
Luca's
to
in.
work,
Yippee.
for carbon dating to work, the material has to have once been alive.
No, it
No?
doesn't. It's got to do with carbon isotopes, carbon dating. It's literally the stripping away of the carbon molecule. That's it. It has nothing to do with about being
The
alive.
thing that died
Everything-
loses carbon over time.
Do you think?
So
Do you
it
think you
needs
don't
to
have
be
carbon?
alive.
Wait. Do you think you don't have carbon on you?
I do have carbon.
Do you think the rock that your house is built on has no carbon?
Rocks do.
Is a rock alive?
Well, it's just a blah blah blah.
The Bible says it'll praise
They don't
God.
work with carbon dating though.
Oh my word.
Rocks are relevant because carbon dating doesn't work on rocks.
Brother, you just put like a novel on the
Can't carbon
private
date
chat
rocks.
about carbon dating.
Rocks are inorganic. They're not. So they can't be carbon dated.
Huh?
Exactly, Shane. Everything's made of carbon.
What?
The last time I did carbon dating was around 2001, and then I got married.
It's rocks
Wasn't-
don't have carbon.
What?
Wasn't Han Solo in Carbonite?
Yes.
Like granite, sandstone, they don't have carbon, right? Or at least not. Yeah, they don't have carbon.
Most science claims that most living organic material has carbon in it. Do they not? That's a yes or no question, Luca. Yeah,
You're saying rocks are organic?
everything is organic, dude. You really boil it down.
Rocks
to
aren't
the
organic. What are you talking about?
Rocks are not organic.
The rocks?
Okay,
No, they're not.
they're not made out of
Rocks can be
organic
gr-
material.
Can be ground into sand, brother. What you talking about?
I'm gonna quickly get something up for Luca, just for the fun of it.
Doesn't organic come from living organisms anyway? The
Okay,
word.
Luca, maybe this can explain it to you.
Some rocks are organic. Some
Now,
are
this is a
not.
scientist. You should like this.
Very few.
I suppose
Like, how do we know
some
how
rocks might be organic,
Okay,
but
Luca, you're gonna have to pay attention, man. Just listen to this.
mostly.
Something is. For people, we'd ask to see their birth certificate. For trees, we'd count the rings. But how do we know how old a fossil is? Fossils have their own internal clock. Scientists can read it by looking at the ratio of two different types of carbon atoms. Of course, every living thing is made of carbon. Plants grab carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and use it to form complex organic molecules. Animals get their carbon by eating these plants. But there's more than one form of carbon. Most carbon atoms have 6 protons and 6 neutrons. We call this carbon-12. High up in the atmosphere, sometimes cosmic rays hit nitrogen atoms.
Okay, I gotta pause now and then just for copyright issues, just to let you know.
Yeah,
But I just want to point
doubt-
out, how do you
Oh,
think they
it's,
worked? How do you think they worked out how old the moon is, Luca? Just to point out to you, okay.
Atoms. This creates carbon with 6 protons and 8 neutrons. We call this carbon-14. Carbon-12 and carbon-14 behave alike, but carbon-14 has one unique and important attribute. It's unstable. So once an animal dies, the carbon-14 in its body will start to go away. Every 5,730 years on average, about half of the carbon-14 atoms will decay into nitrogen.
I just want to point out, how do they know this?
Yeah, have they lived that long? Have they observed
Has anybody
this in nature
observed this for
sometime?
over 5,000 years?
Do you think that just? Well, what do you think scientists
Blow
or
smoke at people's
physicists
butt? Yeah,
or
that's what they do.
whatever do? Do you think they just are dumb and
No, they're
not
fitting
do
a
anything
narrative,
ever?
Luca. They are. They're fitting
Everyone
everything
is
down
dumb.
line.
Everyone's stupid. They can't do that. I don't understand how they could do that. It's impossible to date
No,
things
no, Luca.
that far back.
Luca, did you listen to the claim made? Let's go back a few
Yeah.
seconds. Listen to the exact claim
Rewind.
made.
On average, about half of the carbon-14 atoms will decay into nitrogen. This is its half-life. Every 5,730 years on average.
5,730 years on average. That's my question. How do they know this, Luca?
You think they can't work that out? What the half-life is?
Has anybody
of
observed this happening over 5,000 years, Luca?
No, not. They don't have first class like witness testimony. They weren't there, you know. No one was there specifically 5,000 years ago, but they can work it out. They don't have to be there to know. It's just like the moon.
So
and
how do they
how
know?
they-
Wait. Then how do they know how it has its half-life with that exact date if no one's observed it, Luca?
Well, they can work it out.
Yeah, carbon dating only lives. They only say it's accurate up to 14,000
Carbon
years.
dating isn't the only method
No, there's
to
no,
date
of course
things.
not. I mean,
Rocks,
rocks, diamonds, and
right,
that.
yeah.
Rocks are like what is it? Radiometric.
Yeah.
Dating.
Yeah, that they have different. Yeah,
Rock
they
layers
use
are
things.
way-
Yeah, this is
accurate,
specific to
more
fossils.
Yeah, that they have specific things they do for specific things. Yeah.
I'm gonna ask you-
But
I'm gonna ask you
carbon
another-
dating is only meant to be accurate up to, so they say, up to 14,000 years anyway, even
Yeah.
on organic things.
So,
I think
question
it's
for
a
you
bit
though.
longer. But
If it's
I-
older than
I-
14,000 years, they can't carbon date it.
I got a question for Luca right
I
quick.
think
Hold
it's. I think it's closer to 40,000, not 14,000.
I think you're wrong.
Anything alive that long, Luca? No. I got a question for you. Are any of the molecules exposed to these radioactive factors after they've expired?
Well, yeah.
Of course. So
That's
wouldn't that?
how they get.
So there, it's going to obtain more carbon over time, no matter what.
I know you're right enough. You're right enough. My bad. It is 50. It's about 50,000 years.
Yeah.
That's a long time, and I don't know how they determine that number. Well,
Yeah.
they calculate it, I guess.
Yeah, that's a.
What if I told you the Earth isn't even 50,000 years old?
Oh,
No, that's the
Yes.
thing.
No,
That's the
know.
thing.
it's close to
I know.
50,000. You're right.
Carbon dating definitely doesn't work if it goes back that far.
Yeah.
Earth is not even close.
We
to
just debunked it.
50,000 years old.
Yeah.
The Bible
it's
debunks
seven.
carbon dating too. So there you go.
We're about
We're
probably
like seven,
seven.
Luca.
Earth is like
7.
way older than that.
Oh yeah.
No,
Prove that. Prove it, Luca.
no.
Oh Luca.
I'm going to do a hand wave like Luca. No,
When
no.
Jesus
I-
comes
I-
back,
I-
dude, you're gonna be like, what?
I agree. I agree with you that Earth is not 50,000 years old.
Oh, okay. You've agreed with that one. Okay.
Yeah. Lol.
This isn't a lol, Cal. No lol here.
But anyway,
These-
Luca, carry on listening to how it's done, okay?
About half of the carbon-14 atoms will decay into nitrogen. This is its half-life. After one half-life, the animal will have about half the amount of carbon-14 it started with. After another half-life, it will have about a quarter. And after another half-life, it will have about an eighth. By contrast, the amount of carbon-12 it has in its body will stay the same. By measuring the ratio of carbon-14 to carbon-12, we can measure how many thousands of years have passed since the animal died. Carbon dating works for fossils up to about 60,000 years old.
There's your
Okay,
answer,
6.
PJ.
Yeah.
Sorry?
60,000.
60,000. Yeah, that's at a push. That's at a push. 50,000 general, 60,000 possible.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah, for specific things, it can go up to 60,000. Yeah.
Yeah, my bad. I always thought. I used to say to people it was about 10,000, but my bad. I've always been wrong on that then. So it's a bit longer. But still, I don't believe the Earth is that old. So I think it's impossible for it to work anyway. You know. So,
Hey, PJ, I think they moved the goalposts. That's what I think.
well, like the age of dinosaurs. You know, they moved that. They like the distance to the sun. They moved that. You know, absolutely.
And I want to point out, this is based on the atomic model. Who says the atomic model is correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
For older fossils, scientists use unstable elements that have much longer half-lives. For Scientific American's Instant Egghead,
Thank you very much. There we go. So it's all calculated, Luca?
Yeah,
Based on an assumption of what?
like how much carbon is left.
Based on a specific year, correct? Half-life year.
Well, how much carbon is left in a way.
Now my question again is, can you show me a person ever observing a half-life of 5,732 years, please?
What do you mean observe? Just being alive?
How do you
for
know
5,000
something
years?
loses its half-life of carbon-14 within 5,732 years if people have not even lived for that time?
What do you mean? People were around longer than 50,000 years ago.
That's
Oh,
what
my
they claim as
particular
well.
person.
Have you got evidence of
Even an organization that's that old. Look, is there any government or any? No, there isn't, dude. Nothing that old.
When was
Sorry.
the atomic model created, Luca?
Like what do you mean? The elements. When was the periodic table?
That's not the periodic table, no.
The atomic
The
model.
atomic model is different.
Ah,
And I like that picture of the atomic model for the carbon.
So-
12 and 14. That was such a well.
Emma says,
drawn
it
out
can be
work.
calculated. Just look at the decay in 1 year and in 10 and calculate from that. The problem with Emma, you can't do that because it always differs. The reason it differs is because different environments gives different decay rates.
okay. Well, will you accept that they would have a general idea?
Even if you look at
how
animals that
long
had
ago it
different,
died?
even if you look at animals, for instance, had different nutrition. They've had different, eating habits. It gives a difference in the carbon dating. So how are you able to do this? Remember, that's why they said an average of 5,773 years or whatever. Because it's all calculated based on an assumption that is the true given reference. None
So,
of this is
would you
provable,
agree-
Luca. None of this is provable.
Would you agree that would you agree with me that when I say that they'd have an approximate date of when it died, not an absolute date? Just an
No, I don't agree
approximate.
at all. I think it's all just assumption based on a belief of a reference they made up. What if you change that reference from 5,073 years to 2,000 years? Will you get a different date?
Well, yeah,
Exactly.
There you go.
because it's been around less time. 2,000 years and 5,000 years would all are different dates, so it would give a different date. What do you mean? Obviously, it would give a different date if the thing died at different dates.
Is anybody around for a lot of these fossils when they died? They actually give you a date when it died, Luca?
Well, it's now it's a fossil, so just by observing it naturally without doing any kind of tests on it, it would. No, I don't think anyone.
So,
would give
how
it a date.
accurate is carbon
that.
dating again? You were swearing it was accurate earlier. So,
Oh yeah, the science is accurate. Yeah.
And how did they determine the accuracy of this again? And what are all those variables we've been going through all this time? We're showing you it's not very accurate. It's based
At
on
all. Not at all.
Yeah, they're assuming a lot of things before they even test this stuff.
Why are diamonds not applicable to carbon dating, Luca?
Diamonds?
Yeah.
Well, they're not alive.
Carbon dating's not just to alive objects.
I think it is.
No, it's not.
Most carbon dating is not done on living organisms or anything that was living. A lot of it's done on like gems and stuff like that. They see how old they are.
It does say they don't carbon date rocks and diamonds and stuff.
Yeah,
That's done.
Yeah, radioactive.
Yeah, radio. Yeah,
Red Bull gives you wind.
But it's basically the same idea, isn't it?
Yeah,
So
same idea.
basically, diamonds don't contain C14, right? Because they've never been alive. So since they never have contained C14, they can't do the thing that they do.
Wait. What is a diamond made out of, Luca?
Yes, it's not meant to be made out of pushed down organic material.
Yeah.
But it's meant to be. They say
Coal. It's made from coal.
Carbon.
Yeah,
what
they say
is
they can't
coal?
date like that
And what
because
is
it's
coal?
over 50,000 years old. That's what they say.
Yeah.
What is carbon,
Coal.
Luca? I mean, what is coal? I mean,
Coal.
I mean, coal is just. Well, what do you mean? Coal
it's
is
carbon.
basically
It's literally
carbon.
carbon, dude. That's what it is.
Well, I'd say
Pretty good energy
it's-
source.
Yeah.
I'd say it started as well, how do you get coal? Coal is basically started as plants and stuff, right? You burn them and whatever happens,
Okay. Watch some of this quickly, Luca.
Of Genesis. And in particular, ABR has held that Genesis 1 through 11 presents to us actual, factual, historical events of how God created the world,
I agree.
how God created man, the fall of man, and the flood.
Emma, thank you very much for your €5 super chat. Good night, everyone. Good night, Emma. Appreciate your super chat. Appreciate you coming.
I know.
Please have
I
a
know
great
most
evening
people would
further.
disagree.
Sleep well, Emma.
In particular. Now, one of the questions that people ask about this is, aren't you just reading your Bible and not being scientific? Well, we're going to deal with just one aspect of that today with very important evidence with Dr. Brian Thomas of the Institute for Creation Research.
Hello, Henry. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here.
Probably something some people have heard of, what we call carbon-14 or radiocarbon dating.
Well, we first have to understand just a little bit of science. In general, we have a carbon-14, which is a version of a carbon atom. The nucleus of the atom
Heard it. Version of a carbon atom.
has a mass of 14, which is too heavy, and so it's unstable. The vast majority of carbon atoms are stable, mass of 12. This unstable carbon-14 atom does is it emits radiation. As it emits this radiation, it restabilizes. It turns into nitrogen. So we have carbon-14 atoms that decay into nitrogen at a stable, measurable pace. It's a clock-like decay process. But when we measure radiocarbon, we're looking at the ratio of carbon-14, that's the unstable, to carbon-12, which is the stable isotope. That formula that we use to convert the ratios in a time estimate, that formula includes assumptions. It has variables.
See? Includes assumptions, correct? You heard that. The formula includes assumptions.
Yeah.
What are those assumptions?
Everything includes assumption.
So could those assumptions be false?
You can't do. If you don't make assumptions, you're not doing
Could
science.
those assumptions be false, Luca?
Yeah.
Okay.
Assumptions can be false.
Cool. Yeah. It's good you're getting there.
Good
Let's
question.
start.
One more question for you. What part of the scientific method said we assume things?
The cause for the effect.
Hypothesis.
Yeah, just
Well,
the cause for the effect.
That's just a question, though. That's all it is.
Mm-hmm.
But when you get done with it, do you end up with an assumption, or do you end up with a cause and effect relationship? Yes.
Well, you need to test the assumption.
Yes.
So you get to that cause.
So how did they test this assumption of 5,073 years, Luca?
I'm sure I can look it up.
It would be impossible.
Have you looked it up?
How does someone test the half-life assumption here of 5,073 years if no one was able to even know about it over 5,000 years ago, Luca?
I'm sure I can find out.
Okay.
That we don't know the answer to. We don't know the original starting conditions. We don't know how much radiocarbon to stable carbon. We don't know the ratio of that original carbon-based sample.
Correct.
For artifacts within the last 2,000 to 3,000 years, it does align with other sources of dating, like pottery, as you guys know. But once you get into the old stuff, we have real divergence, I think.
We are not talking about the millions or billions of years that different dating methods give. We're not talking about rocks. We are talking about things that were once alive that are now dead. Expand on that a little, and also what the outer limits of the possible date.
And you're right, we don't use radiocarbon as one of the isotope systems for quote-unquote dating of igneous rocks. And the reason is because radiocarbon has a relatively short half-life, which is a way to express its decay rate. And that's what made it intriguing to a prior generation of ICR scientists who decided our model of the flood, if the flood is actual and factual, then that flood would explain all these rock layers, including the organic components, the organic fossils that they contain.
There you go.
There you go.
Right there.
There. See, Charles, that
Right there.
follows what the Bible says,
Kinda-
correct?
Yes. Yes.
100%. I think the so-called, what you would say, biblical science these days, the biblical scientists, are more scientific these days than actual, quote-unquote, what they claim to be scientists.
Oh, yeah.
Well, those scientists have a religion too, don't they?
Mm-hmm. Well, who was it that said at every bottom of every atheist cup they find God?
That's a good one.
Science, yeah.
Yeah.
There's
Wow.
stuff you can't explain in nature with science.
There's been many atheist scientists who at the end of their life discovered, no, God was real through science, what they claim science.
Yeah.
And so we thought,
He created our intellect. He created our brains.
Amen. Yeah.
well, if the max shelf life for radiocarbon is 100,000 years in theory, and if we find radiocarbon in a sample which has a secular age assignment well in excess of 100,000 years, they put assignments, in the order of millions, tens of millions, or hundreds of millions of years.
Things from the past that the scientists claim are millions or billions of years old, and you find radiocarbon in them scientifically, then that obviously is a contradiction or a conflict.
We did a project at the Institute called the RATE project. RATE stands for radioisotopes and the age of the Earth. We got our own coal samples carefully extracted, and all 10 samples had...
Luca, I want to ask you,
coal.
Is this now contaminated? Luca?
Luca.
Is that now
Oh,
contaminated?
my bad. I was muted.
Was he not paying attention?
I suppose.
No, remember they dug it out the ground, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So
Cool.
it's
I
contaminated,
guess the
correct?
contamination would be very low.
It's
but I
contaminated.
suppose yes.
Okay.
If you were to take it literally, yes, it would be
So
contaminated.
all samples, no matter what sample, would be contaminated, correct?
Yes. Everything it would be contaminated, yes.
Great.
Further contamination, the longer it sits in nature, too, right, Luca?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah. So, it's how do you get rid of all that contamination to get to your core isotope to get your results? accurately.
But that's taking it. That's exaggerating it a bit. When you just say yes is the basic answer. Yes is reality.
But look what it says on screen. Coal should not contain any C14 according to the standard timescale, and yet IRC found that it does contain C14.
There you go. Yes.
So
a radiocarbon
no.
in these coals. Now, the coals are supposed to be millions of years old, but the radiocarbon content in those coals suggested that the coals were thousands, not millions of years old. And really, it's a fulfilled prediction of the flood model. Our flood model says the flood deposited all these rock layers, including the coal layers that are sandwiched between some of these sedimentary rock layers. So we'd expect maybe to find some radiocarbon still in those coals, and we found it.
Now, these are independent laboratories. These are not creationist laboratories, right?
Yeah, that's right. And we had to use a third party to maintain anonymity, and so the bias wouldn't play as big a role.
But then we mentioned
That's a death blow.
I would love to see how much C14 is found in
There should be
coal.
nothing. There should be nothing.
It should,
There should
but
be none.
if any is found, it
Wait,
should be
Luca,
like
maybe
1
you didn't hear this.
trillion.
Maybe you didn't hear this. There should be nothing because it's claimed to be billions of years old.
But if there is
And
some
they found, which
it should
which
be
you know,
like
but wait,
one-
you know how much they found, which ports to Noah's flood.
I wonder how much they found.
And how
Trillions
long
of
ago did Noah's
trillions.
flood occur, Luca?
Well, according to some people, about in
About over 5,000 years ago?
1653.
About 4,000 years ago.
Something like that.
Weird. Almost like
But how much?
almost like the science today is actually showing the Bible to be correct.
Nah, C14. C14 is what? How much C14 did they find?
They're not supposed to find any, Luca.
Yeah, because the age of the coal is so old, dude, by your standards. By
Yes.
their standards.
Do you understand what he's saying?
No, I'd like to know how much they found.
There should be
Like-
nothing. It should have been out billions of years ago.
Yeah,
Yet
according to
they
their-
found enough to give a dating of about 5,000 years ago when Noah's flood occurred.
I wonder if they found 1 part in a trillion.
They sent it to different agencies. They did it anonymously. They had a third party do this.
Maybe there's background effects. We don't know what the conditions were.
Well, it's all excuses from this point on.
It just makes it's always the same crap.
Yeah.
Really
Yeah.
is.
So we
Well,
get
you're
another
making
that will prove our
excuses
stuff.
as well.
What
excuses?
You're saying that the only reason is that Noah's flood.
No,
Yes.
it's a timeline there.
You're
Yeah.
not leaving anything else.
I'm
for
telling you,
doubt.
Noah's
No,
flood
but
is the
Noah's
reason
flood
why we
happened,
have
that's
dinosaur
why.
bones. Noah's flood is
I'm
why
giving
we...
a,
Wait.
I'm giving a, another reason
Luca?
how it might happen.
Luca, Noah's flood is the reason why we have the Grand Canyon. Noah's flood is the reason why we have
100%.
what you would call fossils as dinosaurs. Noah's flood is the reason why you see giant skeletons everywhere. Noah's flood is the reason why the globe is debunked.
And
Noah's flood
not
is
to
the key.
mention
I
the
can give
hundreds of
alternative
civilizations that happen in their
explanations for everything.
periodic historical
Mm-hmm.
stories.
Hold on, Luca.
All
If
over
I-
ancient
and if I believe in God, you know what I mean? Why, and I have faith in Christ, why would I believe anything else other than Noah's flood anyway?
Good question.
Why would I give any kind of openness in my mind for it to be anything else? I believe God.
Amen.
Well, there's historical evidence for it, actually, in nature. We can find places that actually talk about Noah's flood in their history. Beyond that point, we actually have archaeological evidence that show that there was Noah's built an ark. The other point is, I want to hear your alternative explanation for it in the carbon dating. What would be your alternative explanation? What happened 5,000 years ago that would cause this coal to have carbon-14 in it? Go ahead. I'm all ears, man. Hence the name of the stream.
Okay, let's carry on.
There are seashells fossils in Arkansas, brother.
I'm sorry.
That's crazy.
That's a fact.
And does Arkansas
and they're
have
all
a
over.
sea? Do you have a sea in Arkansas?
No, but our mountains are not mountains; they are valleys, so they were carved out, just
Wow.
like the Grand Canyon.
$20 super chat from Justin Credible. We're insane. Thank you very, very much, man. You are such a blessing. He says, C14, here's some C4 for you. Boom. God bless everyone. Love you all. Nothing but truth over here. Yeah, we try our best, man. You rock. Appreciate it again.
Rock.
Yeah, C4, boom. Love it, man. Thank you very much. But yeah, I think this is the thing that I find very perplexing when it comes to globers, especially like atheist globers. You guys always want to say, guys, you don't want to accept the evidence presented. But when evidence is presented against your nonsense, you do what you do, Luca.
What about water?
Nuh-uh.
Resistance.
What about water?
Water caused this, Luca. Water caused this coal to exist to do the carbon dating. You know, the same carbon dating that you said was very accurate? You're throwing now under the bus. Wait. The same carbon dating method you said was accurate, you're throwing under the bus now because it's showing your age of the Earth to be false.
That's right.
Well, water can seep into the coal and give it carbon-14.
Yeah, it's called from pressure. It's because of the catastrophic event of the flood. Well done, Luca.
What if, I'm just saying, what if here, but Earth has been around, coal has been around for millions and millions of years.
There's
so
carbon-14 in there. It
So
cannot
what if-
have carbon-14 if it's millions of years old, Luca.
So what if what if it rained in those millions of years? At least
It doesn't
once.
reintroduce carbon-14, Luca.
That's not what they're looking at.
Yeah, water
Rain doesn't reintroduce carbon-14, Luca.
Well, actually, water does contain carbon-14. So
Luca,
if
rain
water
doesn't
got into
reintroduce carbon-14.
rainwater can contain rainwater or underground water, like always contain a little dissolved carbon dioxide.
Let's say you've got a piece of coal buried in the ground deep and it rains. Okay, and maybe some of that water just touches that that part of coal. Does it reintroduce carbon-14 into that coal?
It depends if it seeps into the
So
coal.
then how do you know the actual date? So you're going against your word that carbon dating is accurate.
If anything got rained on, it would ruin the carbon dating process, wouldn't it?
So it wouldn't give the actual age, correct?
Right.
Oh, that gets back to what I said before. You get an assumption of when the date is.
You understand what you're saying? You're contradicting yourself.
You don't get the exact.
You're
You don't get the
contradicting
exact
yourself.
date. You get the assumption.
You're
get
contradicting
an
yourself.
approximate.
You're contradicting yourself constantly. This is the point. You claim carbon dating is very accurate. Okay? Then you say, yes, it's contaminated. Then you say, okay, but this is not wrong. Or this is wrong because it rained, maybe. So then, in other words, let's say your dinosaur bone that you want to fight for, how do you know the age if it changes just due to rain?
But it doesn't. Yes, rain can have dissolved C14 in it, but it can't introduce
It won't change
back
it. Yeah,
into
exactly.
coal or bones or anything. It
Or
won't.
rock or any nothing.
Okay, but let's carry on
fun.
listening because this is going to even get more interesting for Luca.
Diamonds. Diamonds are a girl's best friend, but they're also a creationist friend.
And so they collected 10 diamonds, tested those, and lo and behold, a little less radiocarbon in those than in the coals, but still measurable levels of radiocarbon in those diamonds. Now, diamonds have an age assignment of 3 billion years, billion with a B like banana. But we would say the whole Earth was created just thousands of years ago. And that's consistent. It's more consistent for sure with the result that we got from the RATE team. And it really confronts us, each individual, with, am I going to trust what God says about the past, or am I going to go with what's popular and cool? If we have radiocarbon in coal, if we have it in diamonds, and then we have these deeply buried fossil bones, maybe there's radiocarbon in those. Sure enough, we've got several dozen samples.
Watch this. Several dozen samples, Luca, saying you're wrong.
Uh-huh.
Watch. Watch, he's going to show
Several
now.
dozen samples of what?
Showing you wrong, look.
Of radiocarbon in fossil bones, and many of them in dinosaur bones that we've collected and curated here at the Institute. Dinosaur samples that we have are generally Cretaceous, Upper Cretaceous, and so the secular age assignment is something on the order of 70 million years, but we would just call it in the middle of the flood year. That 1 year deposited thousands of feet of geologic strata, and so we have radiocarbon results from the coals, the fossils, and all of these results keep coming in with radiocarbon way more than expected.
Ooh, why is it still showing radiocarbon if it's supposed to be billions of years old?
They should have dissipated a long time
How did
ago.
I thought dinosaurs died out from the great comet billions of years ago, correct?
Yeah,
like you said, Luca, about 60,000 years a push. Dinosaurs went to be 65 million.
Yes, dinosaurs are long gone.
But yet they they still got carbon-14 in dinosaur bones.
Yeah. How's that happen?
If they died out 65 million years ago.
That carbon dating is really accurate. Oh, God, dude. It's not, Luca. It's not really accurate.
Which means that it looks thousands, not millions of years old from the perspective of the amount of radiocarbon that we're finding in these.
Yes.
And that gives us more confidence that Genesis really got something right.
There we go.
Nice.
I see Charles dropped.
He did say in private chat that he's going.
He did.
Okay.
He said, thanks, guys.
But we did go on a half an hour longer than usual, though.
Yeah. Well, we blame carbon dating, carbon-14.
Oh, I know. Contamination. There you go.
No, that's what it was.
Yeah. That's how we got dinosaur bones with carbon. Contamination.
That sounds like more of an excuse to the actual method itself. How to extract carbon.
It's a logical excuse. It's an excuse based on logical events and what actually could happen.
So, do you actually think the bones could actually last billions of years, Luca?
Well, dinosaurs were around 6 to 6 million years ago. So, if stored under the right conditions, yeah, even a fingerprint can last 10 years if stored correctly.
So you think that in nature there's always a storage place that stores these things, right?
Well, underground is the storage place in this case. You know, if it gets buried or something, over time.
If I took you out and buried you in the ground, how long do you think you'd last?
Well, the rate of decay would be slowed because I'm underground.
Yeah.
I guess the question is how much by. I don't really know how long it takes a human to fully decompose.
Why do you think they embalm people?
Embalm? Oh, you mean inject them with... Well,
yes, that's what that is.
Yeah. I guess it is to make them last longer, like to preserve. I suppose.
Yeah. You're not going to last that long, Luca. You're not going to last that millions and millions of years. I won't be able to carbon date you in 50,000 years or whatever. So the science itself is based all on assumptions, really, to tell you the truth.
It's like they say stalagmites and stalagmites are millions of years old when they can be made very, very quickly.
Yeah,
Years.
Years to 1,000 years. It depends. Yeah.
Depends on the sediment, how the rocks bleed out.
Yeah.
But
I mean, we've seen something dripping for a long time, and then it's built up over a few years. I mean, I've seen that happening.
Hard water does that by itself. Yeah.
Of course, with silt and all that in it, of course.
But yeah, it was a great show. It was a nice. I think we should do these more often. It was nice. So PJ, you having a show coming up?
Not till tomorrow afternoon. I'm on twice tomorrow. Saturday's my day off as well. I was going to go on earlier, but decided no. I'll rest my feet because they're getting better slowly, pain-wise, but surely.
Okay.
Still got skin condition, pain-wise a little bit better. So tomorrow.
Okay, I think I need to get Charles
his link
up quickly for his.
Nice. I'll put my links in tomorrow.
Yeah. Put your link up. But Luca, do you see the issue you're sitting with your contradictions and going up and down because you were saying it's so accurate and now you're throwing it under the bus saying it's not accurate because it debunks what you claim?
No, the idea that carbon-14 decays over time isn't guessed.
You just said it could be replenished with rain, let alone anything else. Literally.
And I'm sure it rains quite a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah, I suppose I did say that.
Yes, you did.
Mm-hmm.
That's a contradiction we're working with. This is a normal conversation, Luca. With you. Let's say. You're giving it a shot, though. ChatGPT isn't helping out that well neither. I don't think they have.
For some of these, I'm not actually using ChatGPT, but I am using ChatGPT for the ones I don't know.
Okay.
For example, my logical question, my thing about logical things isn't ChatGPT. I didn't ask ChatGPT to give me what do I say here?
I got you. You deduce some things on your own. That's good.
I do things on my own. I mean, yes,
that's because you're fused to ChatGPT now. That's why you don't think you're actually using ChatGPT, but because you're fused, you don't see it.
He's bonded with the Nephilim spirit that's running ChatGPT.
Well, for the question of why does he, why does he? It's because of vibrations. Heating things makes them vibrate, therefore heat rises. And then if you ask me, why does heating things make them vibrate and rise, I'd probably need to ask ChatGPT for that. I guess it excites the molecules when they're heated and they vibrate a lot. So when you ask me lots of why questions and go back to the origin of the original point, I guess I'd have to use ChatGPT because I don't really know every why all the way back. Why does this happen? Okay, so that's why. So why does this happen? Okay, so that's why. So why does the thing that lots of whys until you go all the way back to the original.
Do we ask why?
Yeah. So basically, you're just appealing to authority. That would be a fallacy in itself, right? For the most part.
Actually, no. Appeal to authority would be listening to Donald Trump.
No, not like that kind of authority, dude. No.
Well, then it's not appealing to authority. Then
you don't think the Royal Institute of Sciences?
If you don't want to accept appealing to authority, then you're appealing to academics. How's that?
Yeah, academics is an authority in itself, though, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
The institutions, yeah, they set the standard. So, yeah. And who said they're right? That's why you have independent labs like that do research too. But
they independently verify.
Yeah, but where do they get the method for it? Where did they get their method for that independent lab? They got it from who? Who came up with carbon-14 dating? Who came up with the whole idea to begin with?
Well, someone smart, I guess. Someone that asked the right questions.
The right
Someone
question.
who first stepped up and said, "Oh, I don't know why this happens," or they make an observation and go, "Oh, well, that's an interesting thing. I'm gonna do something to," that's how old science starts, by making observations and asking questions as well.
Yeah. What was the observation that led them to look for carbon-14?
I don't know. Maybe it's because they just wanted to experiment for. I don't know. I don't know what the original question was as to, like, what.
I think they wanted to know how old these bones were. That would have been
maybe.
the first
Yeah, that's probably correct. That sounds logical.
So let them to test an isotope inside of a molecule or an atom.
Or if they wanted to, measure how old the Earth was, so they did some things. That could also be a question or observation as well.
Well, that brings me to the chicken and egg question. What came first? A guess at how old the Earth was? The chicken did.
I guess the egg would have come first.
False. The Bible says the chicken came first.
So where did the egg come from, Luca?
Yeah. Exactly. And the egg needs to be fertilized. It has to have been the living thing first. It has to have been the living thing.
The hen has to sit on top of the egg.
Yeah. And the rooster has to fertilize.
In reality, I'd say the egg came first.
What do you mean in reality? We are in reality, and in reality, the chicken came first.
Because
do you even know how a chicken has to hatch out of an egg? It requires the hen.
The change that created the first chicken happened inside an egg.
Oh man!
So your evolution created an egg.
So
before
evolution.
it created a chicken. That's so stupid.
It sperm.
It was laid.
It created a spermless egg.
The egg was laid by something that wasn't a chicken yet.
Oh my goodness!
This egg grew outside a womb because there was no womb to grow into. And it was fertilized by nothing, and it just somehow goes against every single observation we have in history, where you require the male and female to create this egg.
Well, there's only one time
it was laid by a bird that wasn't a chicken.
Laid by a bird. Hey, Sandy, how's it going?
The egg.
Crazy.
Hey, banana.
This is a question that Luca definitely can't answer, but us, as believers in God and creation, can.
Oh, yeah?
It's really simple, because what comes first, the chicken or the egg? The thought of the chicken or the egg. That literally is it. The thought of it, the creator made them. That's it.
Oh, yeah.
Good point.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Good point.
It's not. And they call us
evolution.
What research?
Evolution.
Shut up, Luca. Evolution.
What research have you done on it?
What?
What research have you done on it?
Well, I'm doing research right now.
The answer is actually written in the Bible. The really interesting one for you, if you believe in evolution, right?
Uh-huh.
How did the eye evolve without knowledge of light?
Ooh,
what do you mean? Light's always been a thing.
How did the eye evolve without the knowledge of light?
Right.
We don't need to know something to...
If you don't know it's there, there's no need. If you can't see it, so there's no eye, right? There's no eyes to see light. How did they know to develop an eye to see light?
Because light exists.
You really aren't hearing this at all, are you?
What do you mean? What you don't need to.
Exactly.
You don't need to know something.
You're talking about evolution, right? How, if you don't know something, what is the need and necessity for something to develop? How did you see the light to recognize to develop eyes in the first place? And the biggest conundrum that you've got is, how did death evolve?
What do you mean, death evolve?
Everything dies. Everything animated dies. So if it's evolution, surely the first thing it should have got rid of would have been death.
Yeah. You'd have thought.
What the fuck?
Well, if you evolve,
what do you mean?
You're striving to be better, right? Correct. So I mean, if you want to,
I can reverse that. Why doesn't God get rid of death?
He did.
God does get rid of death. That's what we've been trying.
No, he didn't. We still die. Everyone dies.
The belief in Jesus gets rid of the second death.
No,
and
I still die.
We also know how death came into existence.
Exactly.
You cannot explain death.
Everything expires.
Yeah, but they don't believe in an afterlife in that regard.
And that's for a reason.
Yeah.
That's for a reason.
Well, why am I being punished for something I didn't do then?
We didn't say you were.
I don't like God. Because God's punishing me for something I didn't do.
That's good, but he's giving you a way back.
You said the Bible said
he's gave you a way back. He's gave you a way back, and you don't.
The Bible says that Adam and Eve, since they broke the rules by eating the apple, everyone gets punished.
Oh
that God made childbirth painful.
No sense of what the Bible scriptures say at all, do you?
No, he doesn't understand.
God made
Luca,
childbirth
stop
painful.
chanting. Luca, you haven't even read it. What are you talking about?
Then how do I know that God made childbirth painful?
Read it, and then tell me this.
And if you do
God made childbirth painful.
Read it and then tell me this, Luca.
I did read it.
Read it.
I did.
You've read what? You've read the Bible. When?
God made childbirth painful. I know that.
Well, that's not reading the Bible.
Oh.
Well, if I didn't read it, how do I know that?
Everybody knows that. Look.
Oh my! Because you looked up it in ChatGPT. That's why you didn't look in a Bible, did you?
I never looked that up in ChatGPT.
My God, you've never opened the bloody Bible, Luca. Go and read the Bible.
Luca, have you just admitted that God created painful childbirth? God actually creates and makes. Have you just admitted
According to the Bible.
No, you've just admitted it.
According to the Bible, God.
So you don't think? So you don't think that then?
Then there's no pain.
That's
in
not
childbirth.
reality. No, reality doesn't. In reality, God didn't make childbirth.
In reality, you can't answer the question which came first, the chicken or the egg. Fact.
The egg.
You can't. You can't.
The egg.
You can't answer it.
You can't
the
answer
egg
it.
came first. The
No,
egg.
you can't. Prove it. Prove it.
Wait. Let's place it down in your own naturalistic way.
Egg?
Yeah.
What do you require for an egg to be created, Luca?
I guess something to lay it.
No.
So what came first, Luca?
Well, if we're talking specifically the chicken or the egg, the chicken hatched out of the egg when the egg was made by a bird that wasn't quite a chicken yet.
Have you ever seen a parrot lay a chicken egg?
And it's evolution. It's not.
No, that's not how evolution works.
Happen right away.
That's not how evolution works.
Oh dear.
And in order to have an egg, you have to have a female.
Mutation happened. That's why we got the chicken.
mutation is not advantage, not an advantage to you. Mutation is a disadvantage. That's not what evolution says.
And the other thing is, a mutation is a one-off sort of thing. How would two things suddenly mutate at the same time so they could carry on propagating?
We have humans with mutations today. Guess what? When they have children, that mutation's gone.
And by the way, Luca, you came from an egg too. I hate to tell you that.
Yeah.
You have to have a female of the species to have an egg. It doesn't matter if it's
I agree with the first part you said. Mutations are all random, but they're not usually beneficial.
No, they're not.
I'm sorry, I've got to ask this question
what I
to Luca
said.
because I just have to find out because this has really come to mind. How many genders are there?
Oh no!
2.
Okay, great.
Oh,
Yes, we're getting somewhere.
Wow, unbelievable. That's amazing. Don't say but or however, please.
I'm not.
Thank
Cool.
God.
There's 2 genders,
Cool.
male and female.
In all species,
Good,
yeah.
good. Fair play.
Okay,
Male and female.
next question. Can you reproduce with the same gender?
No.
Yes! We're getting
We're
somewhere.
getting there.
Though this one... No, just no. No.
Yeah, that's what we're saying.
No, I know what you mean. and the
Okay.
answer's no.
So, Luca, again, another one. Can a human give birth to a dog?
No.
Great! So, where did the chicken come from?
Wow, we're doing science with Luca.
It came from a bird like...
We're going to evolution again. The bird is evolving into a chicken, laid an egg, and it became a chicken.
Yeah,
It wasn't quite a chicken
created
yet.
itself.
Or
Just-
how
Just
we
debunk yourself,
describe
Luca.
a chicken to be.
Huh?
It wasn't how we describe a chicken to be now, and then after the egg hatched, it was how we would describe a chicken now.
But where
had
did
some
the extra
other
chicken come from to
aspect
make
to
the
it.
extra chickens?
Yeah. You'd have 2
You
chickens.
mean where did that bird come from that laid the egg to get the chicken? Well, that
No,
would
you
also
said it had altered and changed and become something else. So where did the other chicken come from to make the chicken?
I guess from another chicken like
To make more chickens.
another
Chicken
bird
ate
like
chicken.
ancestor
There you
that
go.
was
You get
almost that chicken
See
like
how
bird
evolution
that
is
laid the
impossible,
chicken egg.
Luca. It's so mad.
And then if you
Well,
want to go
fantastic.
further back and
It's not even a
back
good
and
idea, you
back,
know.
No.
It's not even a
you'd
good
eventually
concept.
reach the question of where did life come from in the first place.
We're the ones with the faith.
No, we know where it came from. You don't.
We
So
have
You guys have the infinite regrets problem. We don't.
So there are wild like birds like chickens that we domesticated, made into farm animals. Yeah, I agree with that completely. the invention of a chicken came from God.
no, it
It's a
came
bird.
from evolution.
Genesis,
It came
Genesis
from-
1 says it for me. The first 4 words of the Bible is in the beginning, God. That's it. That's it.
Where it started. That's the
Done.
But that was written by a person in the
So?
beginning, God.
so a pretty smart person.
But guess what happened?
Prophet.
That person was told directly by God.
Yeah, how do we know that? We don't.
We do know.
No.
Yes, we do. It was Moses.
It,
God spoke
You
to
don't know.
Moses
You
face to
obviously
face
don't.
and told him how he created everything.
sweet. Let's ask Moses then. Wait.
We did. Genesis and Exodus, he tells us. Hold on.
Yeah,
Never mind.
but yet
We
you're
can't ask him
hold
now,
on, but
can
yet
we?
hold on. You're saying, oh, but let's ask Moses, especially when we've got a record of him, stuff like that. I think you've got more of a trouble when it comes to evolution in that respect. Oh, let's go and ask that one cell organism, shall we? And
Go
before
ask
that, let's go and ask
We
that
can't
rock. It
test
got
that.
rained on for billions of years and then turned into a soup. Come on.
And the light hit the soup, and then it grew.
Hey, tell you what. if
Luca,
you
why
come-
do you believe any outrageous tale that they tell you?
how is the Bible not an outrageous tale?
It's not, because when we look, we see the evidence of it everywhere and how it works. It explains it. But I'm asking you, right, how when they tell you something, you just take it as read as if it's the truth and it has to be that way. Rather than asking, how did they prove it? Where's the information from? We know everything that was created has to have a creator. No book writes itself. There's always building builds itself. There's always an architect and a builder. Knowledge only comes from a knower.
I did do practical for my hospitality course that I did. So I didn't just accept what they told me, because that's not how you learn. It's actually doing the practical stuff, that it's actually going out and
but these are physical things you can actually but you're being told things which are outside the realms of any possibility of being able to measured or be held or be seen or it's, for instance, right, what is the closest star to us? That they say their closest neighborhood star.
I guess that would be the sun.
No, forget the sun. Forget the sun. Star. Where is it?
Star?
No.
You mean the closest star that's not the sun?
Well, the sun isn't the star anyway, but carry on.
But it is.
Well, we're arguing that. All right, I'll use your terminology, okay? What is the closest star to us other than the sun?
They gave it a name. It starts with an A.
Are you Googling this now?
Yes.
Yes.
You don't know.
I can tell you what it is. It's Alpha.
You don't know.
Hence the name Alpha Centauri. It's the closest star to our solar system in the heliocentric model. Yeah.
But this is the thing, right? This is a claim that they make.
You are correct. It is Alpha Centauri.
Yes, okay. So they tell you this is the closest star to us, okay. How do they know? Now, not only that, how do they know how big it is? How do they know how far away it is? It's a really simple question, because they claim it's 4.5 light years away.
4.24 light years away.
4.5 light years away. Well, they've altered that. They've altered that again. You can put any figures down. It was 4.5 light years. That's what it used to be recognised as. Oh, they must be more accurate now. Accurate how? They're just making shit up. This is the point. So each light year is equivalent to what? How many miles?
A lot.
6.7 trillion.
It's a long way.
Right? Yeah. Now, how long does it take you to count to 1 trillion, Luca?
A long time.
No, a long time's not good enough. How long? Go and Google that now.
It's assuming how fast you count.
No, it's not. It's just a second. 1, 2, what's a second? Luca, it would take you 31,000 years to count to 1 trillion.
Exactly. You couldn't do it in your life.
31,000 years to count to 1 trillion. They reckon that each light year is equivalent to 6.7 trillion miles. Okay. And they tell you the closest star to us is 4.5 light years away.
Okay.
Whoever worked that, found it, measured it, confirmed it. It's impossible. It's just a fairy tale load of nonsense. And you suck it up, hook, line, and sinker.
Parallax. It's not.
There's no parallax. What are you referencing it to? It's 4.5 light years away, according to your own heliocentric priests.
What kind
Do you
of
not see that this is just utter bollocks?
No.
Why not?
Well,
why do? But you don't believe the Bible. Sense. But you believe it doesn't make sense.
The Bible doesn't.
It makes no sense at all.
None.
What's the inverse square law of light? Apparently, you can see this thing with the naked eye.
Mm-hmm.
Each light year is 6.7 trillion miles.
It's
you can see the light with your naked eye, and they know how big it is and how far it is because of parallax. What a load of bollocks!
They know
it's very big and very bright.
Yeah.
You don't know. You don't. The only question, the only honest answer to that is we don't know. We've just made it up.
Why make it up in the first place then?
Because they're keeping you dumbed down, believing all the nonsense they feed you, keeping themselves in jobs and patting each other on the back with the biggest load of nonsense they can make up.
Black holes, why make up dark matter? Why make up anything complicated like this? They're just
because it keeps them in their jobs and makes everybody look, oh, look how intelligent we are. They're all laughing at you. You don't get it, do you?
I'll tell you what it would do.
You don't get it, do you?
If it was made up, it would leave more and more evidence that it would be faked. If it was made up, you don't
all these
make
figures,
up lies on
facts are
top
all
of
made
lies
up
to conceal the truth, because lies on top of lies just make it more easy to find the truth.
It doesn't for you because you're in a big haystack of lies, and you can't see the truth for wanting to keep hold of all the haystack.
You don't need a haystack.
Prove how big Alpha Centauri is, and prove it's the closest star. I wait.
Yeah, we'll be waiting for a while.
I'll need their help to do that.
No, you don't need their help, Luca. That's the point. Why do you need their help, man?
Well, how about you measure it? How about you do it?
I'm not trying to.
Why would we?
Yeah.
In order to debunk
You don't believe
it,
that?
you would
You don't
need
believe
to.
it's that far away?
No.
Why? We don't
But
believe
you
it's that
would
far away.
absolutely need to do it in order
goodness.
to debunk it.
Luca,
Okay. All right. I'm gonna
how
go
could
with
you possibly try and even start to measure that kind of stupid distance?
There's no reason to. No.
It's a fairy tale, bro.
Now, Luca,
You don't.
hold on.
You should learn how then.
Why?
It's a fit.
In
You
order
don't
to
know how.
debunk it.
You don't
Okay,
know how. You just said that.
I don't need to debunk it.
Luca, there's a physicist, a mainstream physicist who actually has another theory completely, and he actually looked into it for a very long time. He believes that
I know how they got there. The Bible tells me.
Yeah, made by God. Yeah, but there's other physicists in their field in the mainstream that actually think that the stars are something completely different. They want to go against it. You know what they do with their work? They bury it. Why would they bury other theories?
What do you mean? What do they say the stars are?
Well, they say they're filaments that are connected to a grid, literally. They're like lights.
That doesn't really.
I can give you a video if you want to watch it. He actually took their observations, and he actually can show what he's talking about.
Maybe they discarded those theories because, well, it didn't make sense.
The only one that comes up with they any alternative theories they bury.
Or maybe they discard them because they don't match what we see.
No, that he uses what they see to get to his theory. He's a physicist.
Well, what's it called? Like, what's
Well, I get you. He has a documentary. They played it on Space Audits like 2 weeks ago. This is an alternative physicist that he's from one of the institutions. He took infrared camera shots.
Is he a flat earther?
No, he's not.
Oh, okay.
It's not the point. The point is he has an alternative theory to what the stars are besides neutrinos and all this other horse crap that they made up. You know, literally, it is made up horse crap. They have no proof to what those stars are. Those billions and trillions of light years away.
Well, what's his name? What's his name?
I'll look it up for you. Hold on.
Okay, thank
I'll get you the video.
Let's see.
Why do you come here, Luca? Okay. What answer? Because you haven't. I'm not asking because you haven't learned a thing since you come here. All these. I mean, it's about 2 years now, isn't it? You've been coming here or not?
Yeah.
Listen to a single thing. You haven't listened to a single thing. You're not going to come here and debunk us and tell us any different from what we already know. You know, so what are you going here for? Because you're not learning anything. You're just arguing all the time, just for the sake of it, I think.
I'm trying to help.
An agitator and an agitator and a detractor.
I'm trying to help.
And quite often, the people asking you and speaking to you know more about the subjects than you do. That's the point.
I'm trying to help.
Help what?
It's you that needs the help, Luca. This is what you need to see.
Look, if they can find two people, a male and female, that are determined to be, without belly buttons, then I'll believe in Adam and Eve.
Huh?
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
That would only be one.
And that would just be Adam and Eve then, wouldn't it? They didn't have belly buttons. Just them.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, then I'll believe
belly
it.
buttons.
You think they're still alive, Luca?
Because if they were created, that means they weren't born. So
Absolutely. But who's to say God didn't make it look like they had a belly button anyway? We don't know what the skin had on it. Blimmin' heck.
The first half of this thing I put in back chat, they go through the physicist theory that the stars are actually connected to a basically almost like an electric grid, and that's his theory. And he points out how he came to his conclusion. It's a very valid case, but they throw it out like bathwater.
Uncle Elevation, he is lost in space. Danger, Rob. Danger, Luca. Danger.
So you actually going to watch this one too? Or am I just wasting my time, Luca?
well, you don't watch Simon Dan, so.
Well, I used to watch Simon Dan, and I'd go in and debunk his videos in live chat.
Why would anybody watch Simon Dan?
Because he makes good points.
Does he?
Does he? About what?
He makes excellent points. And
does he? About what?
Well, give me one.
I'm starting to think you're a blooming paid actor now, Luca. I really am.
No.
This is getting,
let's see.
Either that or you're just an agitator and a detractor. Simple as that.
Nope.
Well, you're a troll. Well, you're a troll then.
No, I'm not a troll.
Because you're just not learning anything at all. And you to say you're here to teach us and help us.
How about
kind
debunking,
of full of pride, to be honest.
How about debunking flat Earth memes? That's
memes. What about flat Earth memes?
Well,
that's why you're here.
Simon Dan has a playlist called Debunking Flat Earth Memes.
So what?
Like water always finds its level and it's flat at rest.
He's there just to take the piss. That's what he does. Just take the piss. He knows nothing.
What about the moon shadows and moon bugs?
He's an entertainer. He's an entertainer and an anti-flat earther. Simple as that. Tell me one person he's ever debated that he's ever. He's never debated, has he? And he won't.
He hasn't debated. He won't. Neither will Neil deGrasse Tyson. Neither will Bill Nye.
But he says he knows all this stuff. All he'll do is on video. He won't debate anybody.
He'll be the host of a debate.
Well, that really proves a lot.
He won't do a debate.
Dude, I would never ever. Do you know? Even if I was a globe, I wouldn't watch Simon Dan.
Oh,
dude, did you hear what he admitted? That planar surveying is actually done on a local scale up to 100 miles.
Yeah, that's true.
And the next 100 miles, and the next 100 miles, and the next 100 miles, and you connect all those 100 miles. What do you get? A whole bunch of hundreds of miles.
A triangle.
Yeah.
You get a triangle with curve excess or whatever it's called.
No, you don't.
No. They
automatically. Oh, you're talking about triangles with more than 180 degrees.
You've now gone back. You've now gone back to straight lines being curved.
There you are, and a level curve too.
Spherical axis, that's what it's called.
Spherical axis.
More than internal 180. It's not a triangle. If it hasn't got straight lines, three straight lines all joined up, it's not a triangle.
No, that's not an angle. That's a tangent to a
Fat
sphere.
triangles.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Why are you taking it so? Why are you exaggerating it?
It's not.
Why are you
When
bending?
you-
Why are you bending everything and twisting
Why,
it?
when you say it's not a triangle, that
It isn't.
is
It's not a triangle.
exaggerating.
Even a triangle, it's even in the word triangle. How do you get an angle from blimmin'?
A curve.
Three curves joining together.
It is called spherical axis on a triangle.
It's not. You're making nonsense up again.
Yeah.
The straight line.
They're linear distances, Luca.
But
They are.
then why is there spherical axis then?
There isn't.
But
But
There isn't.
there isn't.
There is.
Geodetic
They
survey.
say there is. There isn't.
Dude.
How do you know? Have you done
Because
it?
it's been measured.
Yeah.
Measure it then. You
It's
do it.
been done. It's done every day in triangulation. It's done every
And-
day in navigation.
And is there spherical axis?
No, there isn't. That's just it. Repeat it and say it as much as you want. You haven't got it. That's the problem.
Wait, so the test has been repeated has been
Every
repeated,
single day.
and there's no spherical axis
No.
on those ones.
Luca, the only way they get any spherical excess is they use this datum that they made up for the geoid. That's where
So-
they get
so they're
derive
not-
their measurements from. They don't
So
get
wait,
it from
they-
physical
they-
measurements. They
So
get
wait,
it
they
from
don't do
USGS.
it.
Look at they measured the Earth flat and then created the WGS84 spheroid out of it by incorporating.
The sphere into it.
The hilt down was exposed in 40 years. What excuse does the globe Earth and space have?
Well, we're looking
Yeah.
at it right now. You
Yeah.
keep going on about it.
Surely it would be exposed.
It is.
In 40 years.
It is.
But it's not. We've still got
Unfortunately, some
physics.
people can't see it.
We've still got every single physicist on Earth
It's not.
thinking it's a globe.
You really
and
have.
space is real.
Most people, most don't even think about it and are incapable of thinking. This is the problem. They just rinse and repeat.
Physicists,
Rinse and repeat, just like yourself.
physicists are incapable of thinking.
No, but they run on consensus right now. And the mainstream narrative is that you are on a sphere living in a solar system in a universe that's ever expanding. Luca.
Anything else and you get cancelled.
Yep.
Well, if you type in racist stuff, then obviously you'll get cancelled. And, you
Have we
know,
brought
if
any
you
racist stuff up here at all, Luca? Have we brought anything?
derogatory and
No, we haven't. We're just talking the Earth and how it's measured, navigated, built on. That's all we're talking about. But yet, for some reason, it's censored. Explain to me why.
because it's misinformation.
Explain how we're giving misinformation out.
Well, the Earth isn't flat.
It is.
Oh, God.
And it's measured flat. This is the problem. This is what you're not allowed to know.
Well, I haven't seen any measurements of flatness.
You refuse to. We try to show them to you all the time.
You
We
show me.
you
You show me
observations that are well
photos.
beyond the geometric horizons that you
You show
claim
me
the Earth is
observations, not
on a regular.
measurements.
Yes, and you can measure those observations by how far you're actually seeing. Luca.
The
But
fact that
every time that
there's no
actually
deviation
measure-
across points. It's just flat. It doesn't
But
need
every
image.
single
It's
time that-
absolutely obvious. The fact you look at these lakes and you get perfect mirror images across the lakes, that isn't convex and it isn't concave. It's
There's
flat.
no. But what if there's no wind or no stuff happening those days? Of course, you're going to get still water.
Really?
Over long distances.
But
Luca.
over the yours is not supposed to be flat. None of your water is ever flat and reflective.
It's locally flat.
It's not. It's far more than that. If it's locally flat, how many locally flat measurements does it take to make a ball, Luca?
Well, obviously, it's still a curve, but you can describe
Obviously,
it as
how?
flat.
No,
What's
it's
the
not.
obvious
Obviously, it's not a curve if you just measured it flat.
You can
Obviously, you're making
describe
the
it
curve
as
up.
flat.
you measure it flat, it's flat.
If
If you measure no
flat,
curve,
yes,
there's no
it's flat.
curve. To say there's a curve when there isn't is lunacy.
No, what I mean is when you haven't. If it's measured flat, then it's flat. Yes,
Yes. Bingo.
but it's not.
But it's
Oh
not.
my
Yes,
goodness.
it
Why
is.
would it
It's your issue.
I
If it's
haven't
measured
seen any
flat, then
measurements
it's
of
flat.
flatness.
Well, yeah.
I've seen measurements of
not.
globeness, though. I've seen measurements of curve, though, not flat.
Where?
Yeah.
Like that triangle, the spherical axis. That's a measurement of curve. Surely.
There is no spherical excess. Let's go back to that. It's another load of bollocks. And it's not a triangle if it's not flat, straight, linear lines.
You're taking your descriptions too literally.
No, you're ignoring the obvious and you're making things up and putting things where they're not. You've just said if it measures flat, it's flat, and it does measure flat. Therefore, it's flat. It's not curved.
But what about...
You did it yesterday with linear. When I told you about linear lines, you then decide linear lines are curved.
Locally, I did say
No, they're not. Look, it's flat. Don't you get it? There's no trend in it of curving. Every single mirrored water surface, there is no trend of curve.
If you were to, measure out a meter, even if it is, even if, let's assume it's curved here. That's
No, it's not curved.
If it is curved,
But it's not.
Then over a meter, would you really need to take that into account, the curve over a meter?
There isn't any curve. It still measures flat. Add all the meters together, they're all flat.
So you can describe a meter away from you as flat because
it is. No, because it is.
No, because the
it is.
The curvatures are well.
How can you not get something that's so simple?
Why can't you just agree that the curvature?
Because I know it isn't there. It isn't visible. I know in reality what you tell me does not match up with the physical reality we live in day to day, and it doesn't match all the observations that everybody else makes. And and the use of triangulation for. Would you like to say it?
Remember last night on my show we showed you an observation, Luca? Remember what your
that was a picture
was? What was your excuse for that again?
That was a picture, not.
No, it was actually somebody who took a photograph about a reindeer from a certain distance, and we should have saw only like a quarter of the mountain, but we saw the whole mountain from that distance. Your excuse was what again, Luca? What was your excuse for that observation?
Refraction.
There you go. So it's refracting over this imaginary curve. I hate to sound like hell for a second, but yeah, there you go.
Would you agree that...
Do you not realize that, Luca, that you have to contradict everything that you see and experience in life? You have to contradict it to hold on to your beliefs.
Hold on. Would you agree that what we say is every 69 miles it curves by 1 degree?
No.
Would you agree?
Not at all.
Then what do we say? What do you think we say then?
Why would you say that?
What's our model?
Your model?
What's that part of our model? What does our model say then? If it's not 69 miles per degree, well, what is
your model gives us a distance to the horizon, right? And when the horizon is not at that distance and it's much further out, your model fails completely.
But we say refraction. So how do you deal with that?
What refraction?
Putting your fingers in your ears and saying refraction doesn't make it change what it actually is.
It changes the apparent position.
It doesn't. It doesn't change it. It doesn't make mountains disappear. It doesn't make objects suddenly reappear in the middle from behind big water humps and things you think you're looking through. This is how ludicrous your arguments actually are.
You say you said in that photo that the mountains were about 63 miles away, right?
It was 63 kilometers away, but we figured there's 187 feet of the mountain that shouldn't be visible.
Kilometers? Oh, that's even.
Yeah,
refraction would have to bend like less than a
refraction has to
degree.
bend. No, there was no refraction in that picture, Luca.
Yeah, everything has refraction.
No, it doesn't.
Literally everything. Everything you see
give me Snell's
has
law.
been affected to some
what is
degree.
refraction according to Snell's law? It's a law, by the way.
It's when it's to do with light passing through different mediums.
Well, yeah, and the image that you're seeing is actually moved. It moves, but it doesn't physically move. It's just it appears to move. It's like a mirage, right?
Yeah, a mirage is
the real location is still the same. It just seems like it moves. So every day that let's say Pablo's dog goes out and takes a picture of that oil rig in that Santa Barbara Bay, it's refracted every day.
Mm-hmm.
It's not actually in that spot where it's at 10 miles out to 60 miles out. So he's not actually taking a picture of the oil rig. He's taking a picture of bending light that looks like a mirror image of what he's looking at, right?
It would depend on the day, but I'm sure
that
but
he does it year round, dude. He actually does it every year.
So he takes a picture every day for a year.
Not every day, no. It's like weekly, but he does it every year,
week for a year
long.
But, and that oil rig is still simmering.
Well, there's 7 of them in that particular bay. You can actually go get in a boat and measure the distance to where it is.
So there's always major refraction going on. Is that what?
No, there's clear days. There's
okay. So
the clear days you can actually see it better.
Okay, so then that's what we say refraction does anyway.
It doesn't. You can say that, but you're just making excuses up. You can't make things appear from behind great mountains of wall 2,000 foot up. It all gets projected to look like, ooh, it's flat.
If you can make something rise above, if you can,
you can't do it.
Hold on,
you
wait.
can't do it, Luca.
If you can make something rise above a curve at a small distance, then why can't you make something rise up above a curve from a larger distance?
It's not physically happening.
You literally show them something so obvious, and you've got to put denial in and look for excuse. You putting denial in and looking for excuses to run away. That's
you
what you're
absolutely
doing.
Can make something appear visible that is invisible, for hidden behind a curve.
Show me something invisible, mate. Show me something invisible. Carry on.
No, hidden behind a curve. That kind of invisible.
There is no curve. The point is, there's no curve there.
Yeah, and I
can show. It's not
I can show you a video. All you need to do is make something hidden behind a curve, and then pour cold water down, and then it'll rise up.
No, it doesn't.
Refraction.
Not physically.
You're talking about something where they use propane, and that wasn't the same.
Yeah,
like ice cold water. That is.
They use liquid. They use liquid propane.
Or liquid nitrogen, one of the two. Yeah, but here the point is, that's not happening in the bay, Luca. Any kind of diffraction or refraction that's happening is blocking your view to what you're looking at, distorts it. It's the exact opposite of what you're saying. On a clear day, you can actually see much clearer. You can actually see more of the oil rig if there's less refraction going on, or diffraction. Better yet said. So the light's not getting distorted at all. You're actually looking at the oil rig.
I've just put a nice little video in the side for Luca.
I posted a video too. Oh yeah, Flatzoid. Hello.
No, I think
Are
he's
you
gone.
still
I think
there?
he's gone. Are you still here, Flats?
Hey, Flats.
No, I think he's just left us here. I don't know if he's staying or gone. He just left the stream on.
Yeah.
He does that.
Oh, does he?
Yep.
Yeah,
Is the stream
sometimes
still
if
on?
people are still talking,
Oh yeah, the
because
stream's
I don't
still
see him on
on.
the YouTube side on the camera. No, his camera's not on the YouTube side.
Huh. Maybe
So
he
I
fell
think,
asleep accidentally.
nah, I
This
dare say it's like,
this
I
is
dare
going
say
to
it's
be a
just like,
long stream.
he'll just turn it on. He'll just, yeah, that's
This
what
is
I
gonna
thought. Yeah,
be-
so Justin said Flats is just letting us carry on.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh,
And Heron's
No, Flats has
backstage.
gone to bed. Flats has gone to bed.
We can't let you in.
yeah. Oh, unfortunately,
wants to come in and
I
say hi to you.
pasted a link as well to reflection over a driveway, the curve of a driveway.
Honestly.
Pour some cold water and gives the effects a shimmering effect. And
Oh
that
no,
makes it
hold on,
vice
let me look at Heaven. It's Flats isn't here, so no, he's not able to let you in.
Yeah.
If he's not here, so yeah, you can
Yeah.
still type in private chat, but nobody can let you in except Flats, Heaven. Right.
So what I'm talking about,
if
like that.
if Flatzoid is asleep, this is going to be a long stream.
Yeah, believe me, it won't be because I can't put up with you much longer.
No, well, I'm off soon. I mean, I'm going to watch Charles for.
There's only so much denial I can hear in a day.
Oh, no.
So say
Yeah, me too.
You're on a frozen lake, Luca, and you're shining light.
You have to
across.
live with it, Luca.
Everything across the bay is being lifted up over the curve. That's what you're saying. So frozen water would cause refraction to lift everything up, right?
Well, any kind of heat difference, any kind of difference in density, any kind of, those are the main two. Heat and density.
I have a lake that's like 5 miles across from me. It's down the road. I can go over there right now and I can just look across that lake, and it's a real mild temperature. There's no real heat variance or cold.
Okay.
So, and I can literally just see across the lake. How much should I see of the object across from me?
Well, there's always going to be some degree of refraction on any day.
But I can literally
depends on really the day.
If I get you and take you out there with me, I can look at you across the lake. I can see you.
How far away is the other
About
side?
5 miles or so.
5
Mm-hmm.
miles?
Yeah. And with optics, I can see even further than that.
Well, even with like average refraction or lower than average
Terrestrial refraction.
it would
Okay,
just have to. It would have to bend like less than 1/10 of a degree. Then that's not much. Refraction can do that easy. No matter what the day, it's probably you're always going to see something bending less than.
Listen, Luca, you're just waffling, right, and making your excuses up and sticking with it. You're not dealing with the actual things you're seeing and doing these observations. I advise you to go out and start actually taking part with these observations and looking. And you know what? You're going to struggle.
I think you're going to struggle too.
No, I've been out looking at it, mate. I ain't struggling. I have no issues. I know it measures. See, not only do I know it measures flat and there's no spherical excess, I know what I see. And I've seen these things. I've been out and done it. You haven't.
But you can't trust what you see.
Because you are just auto-believing. You need to come out of it, mate. You really are in trouble.
The scientific method doesn't just stop with observation. You need to.
What does that have to do with science in this process?
Well, you're making an observation.
Luca, if it's all refracted, right? How did you measure the distance to the horizon in the first place?
Well, because the horizon is both physical and optical.
No, if it's physical, you're always going to see it. You're looking at it through optics. How did you've just said it's all refracted, all coming up. So how did you see it in the first place? How and when do you actually measure it? You can't. By your own admission, you can't.
They don't have. Why can't we? There is no horizon on a globe in that regards.
No. In fact, the horizon, as I said with PJ, with that remote example I did.
No, Luca, you're not getting away from this. You're coming back saying everything's being refracted up. It's always this refraction. So
Yeah.
how did he get these measurements for your radius of the Earth in the first place? How did you get your
Use
distance?
different-
Calculate your distance to the horizon, right? How did you measure that distance?
How did we measure the distance?
How did you measure that distance if it's all refracted?
Well, I guess it's an average, not
I
an.
guess you're calling it. I guess it's bollocks. That's what it is. At least you've admitted you've not measured it, and it can't be measured.
I didn't say that. We can say that we can.
No,
get
that's basically it. You've just said everything's curving and bent. You've just said it before. You put this is like the nonsense.
We can get an estimate.
Comes out with say wiggles that your hand is refracted even in front of your face. You don't know where your hand is when it's in front of your face, and you think we've got the problem.
I can touch mine. I'm sorry, Sally. I'm looking right at it.
Well, actually, can't.
Luca, by the way, Luca. By the way, Heaven's talking to you in private chat.
You can read it.
Oh. Yeah. Why wouldn't it be easy
from
to
the third message up?
Ask Luke if he remembers what I asked him last time. Then ask him what the heck NASA has been doing for the last 50 years. All I have is green screen and CGI. Why wouldn't it be easy to shut us up? They instead make it easy for us to question.
That's a nice one there. I like that. Yeah. I think they want the argument.
I somewhat agree with that statement. Somewhat. I can see how people would say it makes it easy for them to question it. I can actually, oddly, weirdly, see the logic behind that.
Good. Okay, I got a logical question that goes along with that. Okay, on the surface of the moon, they measured supposedly 10 inches of dust, or 10 feet of dust. They actually put a rod in the ground and they measured it. And they have, 1/6 the gravity they have on Earth. How did they take this lightweight lunar rover and get traction?
Thanks, guys.
Later, PJ.
Bye, PJ.
Yeah, I'm out here as well. I can't.
Well, once you leave, you can't get back in.
I'm done. I'm done.
Okay.
I'm done.
Yeah,
I've had enough.
think for me, I
Have
can't.
a great night, PJ.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Bless.
See you later. Bye-bye.
Yeah, are you gonna take off, Sally? There he goes. So you're gonna answer this question, and I'm gonna go. How did they get traction with that moon rover? Did they weigh it down with lead weights and they have 1/6 the gravity on the moon, correct? Right?
Yeah.
And they have 10-foot like ditches full of dust, and there's no heaviness to it because there's 1/6 the gravity, right? So how did they actually dig down deep enough to get traction to roll that moon rover on the moon?
Or that the air has less. Well, the moon has less air, and the type of surface would be different, and the gravity is different.
In order to gain traction, you have to have weight, don't you? You have to have some kind of friction. Right?
Well, traction is just the grip between the surface and the
but you have to have weight to gain traction, correct?
Well, the weight, yes. Well, the weight, yes. The weight, the type of surface, the material.
Now imagine this: you have 1/6 the gravity you have on Earth, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you have to have something heavier, like 6 times heavier, to get the same weight you get on Earth to get traction.
Well, there's less frictional grip, so there would be less traction. Yeah.
Yeah. So how do they drive that thing around?
Wouldn't that just make it easier for the wheels to slide around?
Float. You would be kind of floating a tad bit between revolutions, right? So you would lose more traction that way.
Like you can see it kicking up dust.
Yeah, I can see it, but I don't think they were on the moon. But that's just my opinion. Keep going. I just want to know how they gained traction in the first place to get the moon rover going. Because once you're in motion, it's going to be easier to do that. You get what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, well, it's like what, blowing into a balloon or something. It's difficult at the start, and then it becomes easy.
And every time you
later.
stop and start, you're going to have to gain traction that way. So it would make it very, very impossible, wouldn't it? You think, like even the batteries on the rover? I've actually been in one of the rovers itself. I used to clean the USGS building, the company I was talking about that made the geoid data that they use for surveying, where they get so-called spherical excess. And I know how they do it.
Friction isn't just about gravity, though.
Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't so-called gravity, as you call it, make it more possible for you to gain traction. Gravity is your cause of weight here on Earth, right? According to your model.
Well, yes, but there's still gravity on the moon, just way less.
Yeah, way less.
So things still have some weight on the moon.
Yeah, but it's not a lot. And I've actually seen the moon rover.
So friction and thus, I guess, traction would still exist.
Be harder to get friction with, isn't it? If it's moon dust, finer.
The moon buggy does make contact with the ground. Like the wheels make contact with the ground still.
There's no real ground on the moon, from what I can tell. From what they were showing, were actually that there are spots that are rocky here and there, but there's more dust on the surface than actual rock, right?
Well, I'd say it doesn't. Lunar attraction doesn't come from the weight.
Where does it come from?
I guess it would be the interlocking of between the wheels and the surface, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, have you ever drove in sand before?
Well, yeah, but that's here on Earth.
You ever get stuck in the sand?
That's on Earth, though. This is
no, but we're talking about something that
I don't think the wheels would get stuck on the moon as easy.
You would probably dig a hole really quick because the dust is really fine. It would actually kick up a lot faster.
Well, we do see dust get kicked up a lot on the moon compared to Earth.
It's hard to get traction is what I'm saying. And like I said, I've actually been in a moon buggy, the replica they have over here in Arizona at Flagstaff. But they have an homage to the moon missions in this building I used to work at, USGS building, and they had it up front, and I got to go and wipe it down and clean it. Like that's what I did for the company. I cleaned their building, so I got to go in their geodetic surveyors' rooms and stuff, and I got to look at all their equipment and everything. You know, I know the ins and outs of what they do.
I'm gonna head off. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay. So, but you didn't really answer the question.
Oh, what was it?
How do they really gain traction on the moon? What's the magic that makes that happen?
Well, I suppose the wheels still make contact with the surface.
Yeah, but you think about 10 feet of dust. Like they're digging that deep. They would bottom out probably before they got traction most of the time, wouldn't they?
Well,
you have to have a wide wheelbase to actually start. The wider the wheelbase, the wheel is, the better you'll get traction. Like in swampy areas and stuff that's loose. So, really wide wheels. They don't have really wide wheels on that thing, though. I've actually grabbed the wheel itself, the one they used on the moon. It's a replica. It's the one they didn't take. They have it in like a showpiece there at USGS. It's about probably, I'd say, about close to a little over. More than almost a foot across.
Well, I suppose Newton's laws would come in to help. Like every action has an equal and opposite reaction.
So, like when you're spinning your wheels, what's the opposite reaction of that when you're just digging yourself down into it?
I guess when you press against the ground, it would press back in a way. So when the wheels push back against the moon's surface, the surface pushes forward.
Okay. So, but I mean, the dust
that's probably what
impede that, right? It'd be like a lubricant.
Well, that's probably what propels it.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. I'm saying they had problems with it.
Of course, since it's on the moon, it doesn't need air or atmosphere. It's just mechanics. It's mechanical, so It's the contact between the wheels and the ground.
So
it doesn't need an engine, because engines wouldn't really work in space.
Well, they had electric motors on this thing. They have to.
Well,
There's no oxygen for them to get fire for their gasoline. Yeah, so mechanics don't really work in space, do they?
You can't use a normal engine like on Earth. So.
No. So that would make space a vacuum, right? If there's no gases there at all, I mean.
Well, there is gas. There's gas in space. Trust.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like we're seeing up there isn't that far neither, and there's gas.
We can describe space as a vacuum for simplicity, but
I don't need accuracy. Is what I need. I don't need simplicity.
Okay, accuracy. Space is not a vacuum.
Okay. Thank you. All right. You know this is being recorded, right? All right. Look, I'm gonna get out of here.
All right. Yeah, we're still live. I think Flatzoid is asleep.
He's probably watching the kids or something.
That's true. Maybe. Though maybe if not, then
I'm gonna go watch Charles stream. You should come over and watch it with us. Charles.
All right. Yeah. All right. See you, Audra.
Okay. Later, Luca.
Later. I know the stream is probably going to carry on a bit longer, but I'm here, might as well address the audience as well. So, thanks everyone for watching the stream, and I guess I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah. Bye, guys.